Hi everyone. This evening, we will explore the fascinating realm of Greek mythology. Please like, subscribe, and comment below if you appreciate this Greek collection. This keeps these tales alive and helps others find the channel. Let's settle down and explore the mythological realm of ancient Greece for the time being. Opposite Euboea, there was a remote beach named Anthedon, where the white sand created a lovely crescent shape between the sea and the pastures. None of the fishermen who lived in that region had ever set foot on that beach, despite the fact that they sailed their ships up and down the coast, because they sensed that something was off about it even from a distance. There's something off. It was impossible to pinpoint. Maybe the colors were a little too vivid, and the air was a bit too still. Maybe the waves appeared to draw back a little too rapidly when they smashed upon the beach. In any case, it was undoubtedly true that the animals shunned the area because they had a sense that men cannot. The meadows were not grazed by sheep or cattle. The blossoms were even ignored by the bees. In the end, there was nothing that you could immediately identify. However, enchantment has a distinct scent of its own, and it smelled like the seashore in Anthedon. However, a fisherman on his way home one evening moored his boat and stepped ashore to count the number of fish he had caught that day. Glaucus was a youthful, jovial guy who had no fears. He was feeling upbeat. Even though he had worked hard all day, he could tell that his fish was a great catch as he laid it on the sand. In front of him were a fine swordfish, half a dozen snappers, and twice as many mullet. He saw a movement. Did he imagine that the swordfish's tail was twitching? He shook his head after blinking. An hour had passed since the fish had been removed from the water. There was no way. Once again, it twitched. A few of mullets then rolled over. He examined his catch more carefully. Even while he sat there, clutching a reed he had picked from the shore, between his teeth, all the fish had magically come back to life. The fish started to squirm back toward the ocean. He was too taken aback to intervene. He had heard that Anthedon was fascinated a lot. He was more shocked than scared, now that he had seen it himself. He didn't clench his teeth in frustration and break the reed until the final fish had vanished into the ocean, and he knew he had lost his whole catch. His lips squirted with sap. It tasted like honey when he felt it on his tongue. He drank it before he could stop himself. He said, "Great heavens." His heart started beating more quickly. He tore off his garments with scrappling fingers until he was nude on the sand, feeling as if they were squeezing him to death. Now, however, the sun blazed down on him, despite its low altitude, and the sand burned his feet. He turned to face the ocean. The water seemed tempting. Oh, how much he wanted to disappear into the chilly embrace. And even though he was uncomfortable, he couldn't stop giggling. He shouted, "Goodbye, world. I had to leave you alone." Then he dove into the ocean, letting his clothing and his boat do the talking. Not that Glaucus drowned. He discovered, to his pleasant surprise, that he could breathe as he descended more and farther away from the light and the air. He was oddly attuned to the element. It was like to flying. Since he would never be completely dry again, he wasn't quite wet. His sky was the ocean's surface. He somersaulted between the sea floor and his land. Laughter bubbled silently out of his lips. He was a different person, and he was just a different guy, because the sap had changed him in many ways. His once light brown beard has become rusty green. The length of his hair had more than doubled. Suddenly, they were much wider than they had ever been on land, flowing over his shoulders. He had dark blue arms, His legs had miraculously merged into a single fish-like tail, just about where the hips should have been. This was more strange than all of these transformations together. However, a fish's tail was undoubtedly much more practical than two awkward feet. Cloacus quickly discovered that the slightest flick could send him hurtling down the bottom, and that twisting it would allow him to weave around the dunes and avoid the coral. Thus his existence under the water started. He met the sea gods Oceanus and Tethys in the next weeks, and they embraced him into their realm. As the dolphins sped across the water, he sat on their backs and enjoyed their laughing. He found caverns where fishes more exquisite than he had ever seen hid from fishermen's nets. He joined the banquet of the Oceanids, the 3,000 nymphs of the ocean. He also developed feelings for Scylla. One of the sea's nymphs, Scylla, was a nereid, a creature who had rescued stranded sailors. Whether on land or in the water, she was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. She was seated on a rock, combing her long, light hair, when he found her in a sunny grotto. Despite having a human-like form, she was no bigger than a small girl. Her eyes had a tint that hovered between green and hazel. Her whole physique was elegant and light, and her lips were large. After swimming in her direction, Glaucus propped himself up against the rock and reclined where the water was at its shallowest. She caught sight of him. He grinned. She let out a cry and let her comb fall. "What are you, a monster?" she sobbed. Monster Glaucus gave his head a scratch. "Lady, I'm not a monster. Glaucus is my name. Please, don't be turned off by my blue arms and anything else. I used to be a fisherman, a mortal. The water is my home now, and I'm kind of a merman. I've been welcomed by the gods themselves, and may they be blessed for it. The problem is that I couldn't help but see you seated here. And the problem is, well, you see, I was wondering whether..." Despite Glaucus's crimson face, Scylla had fled into the woodland and turned her back on him while he was speaking. Then Glaucus felt depressed for the first time in a long time. Even if his approaches had been a little incompetent, he could not see why Scylla should have turned him away so brutally. He was unaware that Scylla rejected everyone because she was too happy with her own attractiveness. She didn't care how she told her admirers that she hadn't yet met a guy who was good enough for her. Glaucus, however, was not to be deterred. Even though he had only seen her once, he knew he would never be able to forget her or find peace until she had welcomed him. He then swam to the island of Aeaea because he required the assistance of Circe, a strong witch he had read about who resided there. Odysseus would eventually come across this same Circe during his post-tyranny war wanderings. The daughter of Helios the sun god, despite her mastery of all forms of magic, she was a prideful and enigmatic goddess who should never be trusted. In the midst of a dense oak forest, she resided in a palace where lions and wolves hunted, and not all of them had been animals from birth. Circe took great pleasure in giving her visitors poisons that may transform them into wolves, lions, or worse. She was sitting on the island's coast, staring at the horizon and thinking of secrets when Glaucus appeared to her. He exclaimed, "Great Circe, I am just a humble man. Well, not quite a man as you see me, but humble nonetheless. I want your assistance. This won't take long, even though I know you're busy. If you agree to assist me, that is." Then Circe grinned, because she liked Glaucus's appearance, as well as his gruff, ungainly demeanor. "Talk," she said. "Little sea creature, how may I help you?" Well, Your Majesty, it's like this. I have a crush on a close to Edith. The problem is that she's not very upset with me. No. I was hoping you could provide me with some kind of potion. Magic plants, you know. Something. Do you want your love to be cured by me? Cersei stopped. Why, no. I don't want it at all. No, it's for her. I'm hoping she'll fall for me. Cersei gave Glaucus a contemplative glance. Perhaps you should forget her, she continued. If, as you claim, this close friend of yours has rejected you, finding a lady who loves you as much as you may come to love her seems more rational, doesn't it? For instance, someone like myself. I dwell alone on this island, even though I am a goddess. I could provide you with a lot, if you would. Glaucus rushed in. Oh no. I beg your sorry, Your Highness, but it would be completely unacceptable. I don't intend to offend, but honestly, this narrated of yours ought to be forgotten. Cersei jerked. I'm unable to, Glaucus said. Before my sentiments for Scylla altar seaweed will grow on the peaks of the mountains, and leaves will sprout in the sea. Very well, remarked Cersei. And Glaucus would have seen two fires smoldering in her eyes if he had been paying closer attention. I'll make you a potion to transform your Scylla. Will you? Glaucus shouted with joy. Yes, it will transform her. With these mysterious words, Cersei rushed away, saying, Wait for me here, fading away into the forest shadows. An hour later, she came back with a little leather bag. Sprinkle the contents of this pouch into the water where your Scylla enjoys swimming, she stated. I have cast magical charms on some of the roots within. After sprinkling them in the water, immediately go. I believe you'll be impressed with the outcome. Glaucus responded, thank you, and accepted the bag. I shall always remember you. No, Cersei answered. You will always remember me. Scylla enjoyed swimming in a pool close to the sheer cliffs of Zanclea every day. She would stretch herself out on the sand to dry off and plunge into the pool's pristine waters when the sun was at its fiercest. After learning of this, Glaucus spilled the contents of the leather bag on the surface one day before to her arrival. Cersei had prepared some unsightly black roots which hissed violently as they hit the water. However, he never thought they would do anything other than gain her affection for themselves. Scylla showed up shortly after. She dove into the pool as usual. She swam gently but steadily, enjoying the cold water under the sun's heat, not realizing it had been contaminated. She then laid down on the sand and slept off while still soaking. A low rumbling startled her awake. Her eyelids partly opened. Then she let out a terrified gasp. She had a fierce dog resting at her feet. She opened her eyes fully as she heard another roar. She could now see that there were 6 of the beasts. They were all around her, and they weren't just any dogs. They sat clumsily on skeletal necks, their eyes bulging out of their heads. They had no hair and a completely black skin. They were scared, trembling, and had shark-like fangs. She reached for the sand behind her, moving her arms 1 inch at a time. She pulled herself backwards, hooking her palm into the sand, hoping that she might draw herself free without disturbing them. The 6 dogs followed her as one. She felt as if her heart would explode from the agony of its throbbing. She attempted to ease herself away once again, however. She took another 6 inches. The dogs made 6 more inches of progress. Then she lost her nerve. She got up and attempted to flee before realizing, horrified, what had happened to her. She was unable to flee from the hounds because the 6 dogs became a part of her and grew out of her. She was unable to flee from them. On 24 legs she stood. She had terrible heads growing out of her waist. Like a hideous spider, she scurried back from the sea's edge. However, the dogs were delighted, and Circe, who was far away on the island of Aeaea, also chuckled. Scylla did not move from her position. Despite the fact that sailors were terrified of her, she was unable to stop the 6 dogs from tearing travelers apart. What about Glaucus? He had claimed that before my affections for Scylla changed, seaweed would grow on the mountaintops and leaves would grow in the sea. Naturally, however, seaweed may be considered to grow on mountaintops, since there are numerous underwater mountains and leaves do grow in the sea. His recollection of Scylla and the rejection he had experienced gradually dimmed. He then swam forth to pursue his fortune in the vast expanse of the world's seas once his old cheerfulness returned. However, he never again approached the island of Aeaea. The monarch of the Greek gods Zeus and his wife Hera were often at odds. Zeus was especially fond of young ladies, and these disputes often included them. Regretfully, these young ladies were often the ones who suffered the most from the conflicts. Consider the instance of Io. Zeus had to transform her into a white cow as soon as he fell in love with her in order to keep her out of Hera's eyes. However, after learning the secret, Hera kidnapped Io and imprisoned her in a dark cave where a monster named Argus protected her. With at least 100 eyes, Argus was well suited to the job. Poor Io could never get away because no matter how long or how hard he slept, at least 2 of his eyes were always open. Zeus ultimately determined that Io had endured enough suffering and sent Hermes, the god's messenger, to murder Argus and bring her back. Hermes, however, had an issue. He could not approach Argus from any aspect without being seen. He couldn't possibly surprise him. Instead, he devised a strategy. He fearlessly approached the cave while playing a set of panpipes, and Argus was so enchanted by his music that the monster turned amiable. He hissed, "Tell me, stranger." You can image what he was like when he was upset because he would snarl even when he was being pleasant. What instrument do you play with such skill? This is a set of panpipes, Hermes said. Why, sir? Panpipes, Argus said again. What an odd name. Is it correct to assume that they are related to frying pans? Not exactly, Hermes answered, perplexed by the fact that so many monsters are so incredibly dim-witted. In fact, my son is the name of one of them. Your son, a clever youngster. Describe him to me. With pleasure, sir. Thus Hermes stretched his winged feet and placed his sword next to him as he sat on the grass in front of the cave. The day was bright and warm, and Argus was already feeling quite sleepy. Of his 100 eyes, at least 15 were closed. There are still 85 to go. Hermes reflected. Then he smiled and started telling the panpipe tale, and it went like this. The deity of herds and shepherds was Pan. The Arcadian shepherds came to worship him on the slopes of Mount Benelus where he dwelt, because he was also the deity of growth and fertility. You knew that your flock would grow when you prayed to Pan. He was an odd sight to see. His waist was the sole part of his manly figure. He was fashioned like a goat below, complete with hooves, a tail, and hairy legs. He also had goat's ears, which he partially covered with a pine leaf wreath. You couldn't help like him, however, regardless of how he looked. He was always dancing, singing, and smiling. He often drank too much and had a strong preference for wine. Pan was really the happiest of all the gods. He preferred to locate a solitary protected spot where he could sleep soundly only in the afternoon when the sun was at its brightest. His voice was so loud that it might have turned a man's hair white. Therefore, it would have been a huge error to wake him up at that moment. Additionally, he would give you dreams that would keep you up for weeks if he was in a very nasty mood. Argus was not really enjoying the narrative now. Although it had started off well, there had been much too much detail. He reasoned that I may like it a little better if the stranger used less adjectives. Another 27 of his eyes were already asleep. Pan was a very lustful deity too, chasing females across the fields until they were too tired to go any further was his favorite thing to do. Although the females would scream when they spotted him approaching, they were really charmed by his attentions and took care to avoid running too quickly. But there was one exception. She was a nymph named Syrinx, and Pan had never seen a more exquisite nymph. Her eyes were deep brown, her physique was delightfully thin, and her skin was long, fair, and pale. Her cheeks were the hue of the spring morning light. Argus asked himself, why doesn't he go right to the point? 24 more eyes closed. That brought the total to 66. Syrinx was now a huntress and an Artemis worshipper. As you may recall, Artemis was the goddess of the moon, the hunt and everything of nature. She discouraged men and women from having casual encounters since she was a severe person by nature. Syrinx was so devoted to Artemis that she almost resembled her. In fact, she had often been confused for her as she ran barefoot through the woods in her hunting outfit. The only clear difference between them was that Artemis's bow was made of gold, while Syrinx's was made of horn. Anyway, you can imagine Syrinx's reaction when she was chased by a smiling half-goat, half-man after spending her whole life avoiding male companionship. She rushed after screaming. How she ran. Oh. It took her 6 hours to quit. In the same manner that she now fled Pan, many creatures had fled her. Pan refused to give up, crashing into the brush, crying with every breath. He ran after the nymph, forgetting all his previous victories. She was beautiful. She was captivating. She moved quickly. He didn't think he would ever get her. Then, he saw her falter and come to a stop. The woodland was traversed by a broad river, laden river, and she was at its brink. There was nothing more she could do. Pan chuckled enthusiastically. She was his. She couldn't swim across the river because it was moving too quickly. No other place to flee to. He had her. However, Argus was unconcerned. Like so many monsters, 17 more eyes closed. He just had no time for tales. When Syrinx realized she was stuck, she lifted her arms and cried out for help from the nymphs that lived in the river's waters. She was heard by her sisters. Pan hurried forward. However, it was too late. She was gone just as he believed he had her in his arms, and there were just a few marsh reeds left. He was singing to himself as he stood by the river. The wind then made an odd, melancholy sound as it blew over the reeds as he turned to go. It's almost like music. When Pan heard it, his grin came back and he turned around. Syrinx, he said, we can still create music together, even if you manage to run away from me. In order to secure the reeds together with wax, he let them down and sliced them off at various lengths. The first panpipe was created in this manner. Even now, panpipes are still played. Argus had stopped paying attention. He had closed his last 2 eyelids. They were all closed, 100 of them. Hermes had been waiting for this moment. He raised his blade gently and swung it into the air, whistling. The monster's body slid away as his head and shoulders separated. Hermes then entered the cave. At least Io was freed from her jail, but her problems were far from done. When Hera saw what had happened to her servant, she stole his eyeballs and used them to adorn her favorite bird's plumage. Pay careful attention the next time you see a peacock spread its tail. You will have seen Argus's 100 eyes. One of the softer goddesses who lived on Mount Olympus was Demeter. Hera's jealous outbursts were not for her. Aphrodite's flaming desires, or Artemis's whip-like chastity, the goddess of marriage and agriculture, was Demeter. Her eyes were a pastel blue, and her hair was the color of wheat at harvest. She loved color, and she often carried a golden torch and wore vivid ribbons. She only really lost her fury once. At this point, she learned that a reckless young guy named Erixithon was chopping down the lovely trees in a forest that had special meaning for her. Regardless of his motivation for this act of destruction, Demeter came to him, dressed as a mortal, and requested if he would be so kind as to cease. He could have been an early town planner. His response was brief and unwelcoming. Then Demeter took on her own form and dealt him a very terrible punishment. She said he will always be hungry. He seldom stopped eating after that, regardless of how much he consumed. He surprised his parents the same evening at supper by consuming not only his meal, but also theirs, and the food of their 17 guests. He ate so much in the 3 weeks that followed that his distraught father had to exclude him from the home since he could no longer afford to maintain him. Nevertheless, he became thinner and more hungry the more he ate. He eventually turned into a pitiful, rag-wearing man who continued to feed himself with the trash he discovered on the streets. That was the entire measure of Demeter's rage then. However, most people would agree that Erixithon only received what was rightfully his, since it is a horrible crime to destroy a tree needlessly. Kor was the name of Demeter's daughter. Her name was to be changed to Persephone later on. Now, she was the object of Demeter's greatest affection. Regretfully, the girl was also adored by another deity, but in a completely different manner. This was the deity of death, Hades, the dark ruler of the underworld. Hades' skin was chilly and pallid from spending almost his whole existence beneath. His eyes, which had seldom seen the sun, were dark. Nevertheless, he had fallen in love with Kor after seeing her image mysteriously mirrored in an ebony pool. His love was reportedly so intense that he traveled to Olympus on a very unusual leave of absence from the underworld. He then approached Zeus and made a demand that Zeus provide him Kor as a bride. The ruler of the gods was a little embarrassed by this demand, since despite his desire to avoid upsetting his brother Hades, Zeus was unable to grant him his wish because Kor was, his own daughter. A few years before, Kor was the product of Zeus's love affair with Demeter. Demeter would never forgive him if he sent the girl to the underworld. Furthermore, condemning his own daughter to such a depressing location would hardly be fair, because Hades' dominion was such a dreary place. However, what was he supposed to say to Hades? "I'll think about it," Zeus answered as he turned to face him. Naturally, Zeus quickly forgot about it. Hades made the decision to act alone after realizing that he would not get a satisfying response from Zeus. He didn't remark, "I can have the girl," however. He told himself this. However, he didn't indicate that I couldn't. Furthermore, something must undoubtedly be permitted if it is not prohibited. It must, of course. Kor will then transform into Persephone. She will also be my wife in the role of Persephone. And thus, it came to be that the dreadful deity abducted Kor 2 days later. She was gathering wildflowers for a feast the same evening in the fields with a few of her friends when she was living in Sicily. She let down to pick up a particularly vivid narcissus. The earth shook abruptly, and while the blood ran down her cheeks and her companions shouted, dropping their baskets and running everywhere, a huge abyss opened up before her. Desperate to maintain her equilibrium, Kor yawned like a vast black maw. At that moment, however, a white hand that smelled like moist soil reached out and caught her, drawing her forward. She cried out in despair and fell forward, vanishing into the abyss. The earth shook once again, then closed as abruptly as it had opened. The only evidence of what had occurred was a jagged line that zigzagged across the petals. Demeter was devastated when she learned that Kor was vanished. Almost immediately, she transformed. She stopped wearing bright colors and ribbons. She covered herself with a heavy veil, and her laughing was no longer audible in the fields. On a hunt that reportedly took her 9 days and 9 nights, she traveled across the globe. She never took a break for food, drink, or even repose. Her kid was the only thing on her mind. She traveled to Pisa, Hermione, and Sicily. There was no indication that the girl had ever been there, and no one had seen her. In despair, she finally went to Helios, the deity who rode across the skies in a golden chariot pulled by 4 white horses every day and followed the sun. As you can see, Helios never missed anything. He could see everything from his perch in an arc far above the earth. Demeter was heartbroken by what he told her, however. He responded, "You have to forget Kor. Kor is no longer with us. Take a look at Persephone, the man-destroying goddess. Because she is now the wife of the king of death, that is what she has become. Yes, you have lost her to Hades. You will never see her again. She is lost where she is, in the darkness of the underworld. Not even the sight of Helios could bring me back." Naturally, after hearing this, Demeter immediately hurried before Zeus, looking haggard and white with rage after 9 days of fasting. The king of the gods writhed before her, and she was almost unrecognizable. He said, "I didn't say Hades could take her." Demeter said, "Did you say he couldn't take her?" Zeus said nothing. Zeus Demeter said, "I want her back. You'll give her back to me right now." The ruler of the gods, I believed, almost broke down in tears of annoyance. "You are aware of the guidelines. She will be permanently trapped in the underworld if she has consumed even a little amount of the meal of the dead." "She won't eat," Demeter said. "She is unable to eat." "In any case," Zeus continued, "Hades is someone you know. You can't argue with him. He must get what he wants." "Very well," Demeter sobbed, "until I get my daughter back. There will be no fruit from any tree on the planet. There won't be any plant growth. The ground will continue to be bare. The animals will go hungry. That's what an unhappy mother's curse is. Zeus, bring her back. Return her, or humanity will end." Thus started a relentless year of starvation. Even the grass deteriorated and became brown, and the crops perished. Unable to locate any food, the animals perished by the hundred, their bloated bodies littering the parched terrain, just as Demeter had prophesied. Finally, things became so bad that the god of messengers, Hermes, was dispatched to the underworld to retrieve Persephone. "Never," said Hades. "I cherish her. I will never give her up." Hermes questioned, "But does she love you?" She will eventually learn to do so," Hades clarified. "But time is of the essence. Her mother Demeter is destroying the world in her grief," Hermes stated. "Mankind will perish if you do not free Persephone." "Why should the god of death care about the demise of humanity?" Hades inquired. "Because according to Hermes, even death relies on life. Without it, nothing can go on." After a protracted battle, the underworld ruler nodded his head. "Yes," he answered. "You speak the truth. All well then. I think I'm lost. My Persephone, my wife has to go." He then raised his hand to shield his eyes as he twisted his head. Persephone was so thrilled to learn that she will be brought back to the land of the living that she simultaneously burst into tears and laughter. However, a man named Ascalaphus, one of Hades' gardeners, also heard the news. He immediately slipped away, changed into his finest attire, and bowed before Hades. He rubbed his hands together in front of his chin and whispered, "O ghastly and glorious master." Hades said, "Go to work, grotesque king of the dead dread lord of the underworld." The gardener laughed uneasily. Of course. I just wanted to let you know that your wife, Lady Persephone, who is wonderful and tasty, has had a taste of the meal of the dead." Hades replied, "That was not feasible. Ever since I brought her here, she has refused to eat. She hasn't even let a crust of bread cross her lips." The gardener responded, I'm sure. However, noble king, anything has that isn't a crust of bread. You see, I saw her eating 7 pomegranate seeds firsthand. Yes, I did see her in the garden." At that moment, Hades' eyes glowed. "You will be rewarded if this is true," he continued. Accrued, Scalaphus moistened his mouth. "Well, the prize wasn't the reason I did it." However, Hades advised following her to the surface if there was a reward. Do what has to be done and follow her. Thus Scalaphus traveled in the back of Hermes' chariot, hidden from both of them, as he dreamed of his new profession when he brought Persephone with him. Because he had never been a big fan of gardening, it is possible that he would serve as Hades' secretary, a palace librarian, or possibly the future ruler of hell. And Scalaphus appeared with a skewed grin as soon as Demeter had embraced her daughter with gladness. He said, "Persephone has consumed the food of the dead. I have to take her back to the underworld. Since it is the law, none of you can do anything about it." "Is this accurate?" Demeter inquired. Persephone fell to her knees as tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "Yes," she said. "Mother, yes, that is true. But that was all I ate, 7 pomegranate seeds. That was the only meal I came into contact with throughout my year in that awful environment. It must not count, certainly." Demeter, however, was crying now as well. She answered, "You have consumed the food of the dead. There is nothing I can do, even if taking you away from me would kill humanity." The gods convened a grand meeting to decide what to do after learning of what had transpired. No one wanted the world to end, but they also couldn't let Persephone stay in the realm of the living. Finally, an agreement was made, and Persephone and Demeter were both summoned to Zeus's throne. Zeus said, "We've reached an agreement, and I hope it meets your needs because it's the best we can do. Now, if we let Persephone spend 6 months of the year on the world, and the remaining 6 months in the underworld with Hades, how would you feel about that?" Demeter gave it some serious thinking. "I'll agree if you make it 9 months with me and 3 months with Hades," she replied. "You've got a bargain, all right." The hunger abruptly came to an end. Persephone returned, to start her stay in the underworld 9 months later. And although she was never a really loving wife to Hades, she was never cruel to him. The wretched gardener never got the prize he had hoped for because Persephone punished him for his betrayal by forcing him into a little hole and covered him with a beautiful rockery that included a fish pond and a border of blooming hibiscus. He was therefore doomed to live out the remainder of eternity both in and under the garden. This belief explains why the cold season arrives for 3 months each year, giving the impression that the planet is in grief and that the trees have lost their leaves. Nothing will grow. And just as Demeter anticipated spring, so too will the warmth and colors return when Persephone is freed from her gloomy captivity, allowing both God and humanity to rejoice in the resurgence of life. A fool once existed. There have undoubtedly been many more idiots than one, and idiots often. But this one's folly was significant since he was a king. His name was Midas, and he now resided in Greece at the base of Mount Olympus. Gold was the only thing on Midas's mind. He confined himself to shadowy vaults and counted his riches all day long while the brilliant sun shined. He read the sentences to himself as he shimmered over his accounting records all night long in the golden firelight. In my vaults are 12 bars of gold. My table has 20 gold plates. My wife has 10 gold rings. My tax coffers contain 400 gold coins. Unlike Midas, the centaurs mainly cared about wine and joy. A centaur drank too much and staggered into Midas's garden one day, and on several occasions after that. He told the king, "I'm lost." The centaur was guided to Olympus by Midas. "What a friend! What kindness!" The centaur shouted, bouncing up his feet with glee. "How can I express my gratitude? A wish I will fulfill one of your wishes." Midas was now aware that these riders, these centaurs, drew magic from the sacred mountain and grazed on the slopes of Olympus. His mouth jumped with his heart. A wish. "What do you mean?" "I hope everything I come into contact with turns to gold." Before the centaur could back out of the offer, he said swiftly, "I should have warned you, I see now." The gods had already been asked that question, and "You don't have enough power with your magic." "I knew it," Midas said. "Oh," the centaur answered, "I can grant it." His lengthy tail is fluttering insects. But Midas grinned and said, "You'll be sorry." "No, I won't." No spell was uttered by the centaur. He didn't applaud, spit, or shout. Midas was thus certain that no magic had been exchanged between them as he trotted off in the direction of Olympus. Boaster braggart. He shouted after the charging horseman and smashed his fist on the yard wall, but his touch found the wall to be smooth. In the sunshine, it shone and shined. Gold. After running to his treasure, Midas touched each and every brass coin. They gleamed instantaneously, not just the money, but also the treasure house entrance and the jars they were in. "Everything is gold." As he rushed around the palace, Midas slapped and stroked each urn, table, seat, and stool. They all became gold. His chariots and weaponry, his china and sculptures, everything gleamed. It was more valuable and beautiful than anything he had ever imagined own. He patted his horse's huge rump and said, "You and I will dazzle our enemies when we charge into battle." However, the horse remained silent. Between the chariot's remnants, it stood still and quiet. A flawless horse statue made of gold. Midas was quite taken aback, but he shrugged his shoulders after a time. For his new golden mansion, it was a perfect statue. And if a guy has the money, he may get a dozen new horses, a feast, a celebration. My chancellor is where my chef is, where everyone is welcome. Don't cut corners. Tell everyone that Midas has gold. Midas has enough wealth to purchase every weapon, horse, and acre of land on the planet. I will be invincible. I will be revered. Every guy from the lowest beggar to the wealthiest billionaire will be envious of me. I will always be the wealthiest millionaire. Prepare food. Where the king's meal was hurried in by his chef. He couldn't stop staring at the room's many changes. The decorations made of gold. The furniture is golden. With impatience, Midas grabbed the bread off the plate and nibbled into it. What feeding me at the moment? Rocks. The bread slid over the golden floor as he flung it down in disgust. A loaf of bread that is golden. And food. In order to calm himself, Midas drank. He attempted to drink at least, but the wine turned to gold as it came into contact with his lip. Unwavering, metallic solid gold. Midas gazed. The chef gazed. Don't remain still. Get me something to eat, please. Then he said goodbye to the chef. For a guy with boundless wealth, there are more chefs in the world. Midas sat down on the ground next to his cook's golden statue. As he touched his flesh, his garments began to become gold, and he discovered that he was now quite tired from wearing them. When he asked the centaur, he had not intended it to be this way. He hadn't meant people horses food or clothing. Midas started thinking, what is the duration required for a guy to die from starvation? Their young daughter, however, was just ahead of her as his queen entered. Midas attempted to caution her. The toddler was too small to comprehend his attempt to stop the girl from racing to him with her arms wide. Her little fingers encircled Midas's palm, became cold and rigid, and were unable to be pried open. Her eyes were simple gold orbs in their golden sockets, and her face and features were also set and rigid. The golden lips, half open to speak, was locked in place eternally. Zeus! Gods! Oh, gods! Not my tiny daughter, please! He dashed past the guards and the queen. A little clutching golden kid weighed a ridiculous amount on his arms. He fled from the beautiful gardens and castle he had built. He brushed past the jangling flower heads. He infected the woodland with a golden canker after running on golden grass. He sprinted through orchards till his hunger was stoked by the sight of the fruit. He began climbing Olympus's rugged slopes. How long does it take for a father to die of loneliness, staggering under the weight of his dead daughter? Return this curse-wounded heart. What did I ever do to deserve this kind of punishment from you? The golden grass pricked his soles like needles as he took off his heavy golden shoes. A curse. No. A voice that sounded familiar remarked, I thought I granted you a wish. The centaur emerged from a neighboring cave at a trot. I was an idiot. Now I see that. Oh, what a fool I was. However, is a man worthy of losing his daughter, to perish only because he is an idiot? The centaur selected several grass stalks and carefully chewed on them. I did attempt to warn you, all right. If it has taught you anything about yourself, then maybe I have done you a service after all. Fantastic. Then Midas remarked, I shall die wise. Through his lips the centaur blew. You'll go to the river and jump in it if you follow my advice, he added. You mean I should murder myself? Midas gasped. Is that what you mean? No, no. The centaur responded. You idiot. clean yourself." Thus, Midas did not pause at the river's banks. The weight of the metal kid holding his hand may drag him down and cause him to perish if the water did not change to gold and crush him. He threw himself into the river without caring, however, and the water closed over his head. His daughter appeared next to him as he surfaced, spluttering and scared, unsure of how or why she had ended their swimming. "Where are all your clothes, father?" she said. They all hauled buckets of water back to the palace and threw them over the table, the chef, the horse, and every currency. Midas detested the color gold and was not satisfied until he had reversed the whole alchemy of his magical golden touch. He only had dreams about gold after that. He never again lusted for piles of golden wealth and glittering jewels. No, since Midas had already learnt his lesson. Instead, he considered gems. The 12 powerful titans were created as the following generation of gods after the first primordial deities sprang from chaos. One of the giants, Cronus, deposed his father Uranus and assumed control. Cronus, however, was given a prophecy that his own offspring would defeat him. As a result, he swallowed Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, and all of his offspring at birth. However, his wife Rhea was able to deceive Cronus into swallowing a rock by secretly hiding their sixth child, Zeus, far away from Cronus. Zeus decided to face Cronus once he reached adulthood. Eventually, he used a potion to deceive Cronus into throwing up Zeus' still living brothers that he had already ingested. After that, Zeus and his freed brothers won the loyalty of the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires giants by rescuing them from Tartarus. Zeus and the youthful gods ultimately triumphed, destroying the Titans and imprisoning them in Tartarus after a 10-year cataclysmic battle between Cronus's army and the Olympians. More earthly chaos ensued as the gods were assailed by a variety of giants and terrifying creatures, but Zeus's formidable lightning bolt weaponry always won out in the end. Under the gods of Mount Olympus, Zeus's rule was at last assured, and Greece began a period of comparatively stable and peaceful conditions. Zeus, the leader of the Olympians, married Hera, but he also had offspring with several other goddesses throughout the stories. Overseeing the affairs of mortal men on earth, below the gods and goddesses lived a life of celestial luxury and pleasure in their magnificent palaces on Mount Olympus. Hades oversaw the underworld where mortal souls went after death, while Poseidon, a violent deity, reigned over the oceans. Hephaestus, the smith god, Ares, the battle god, Apollo, the sun god, Athena, the wisdom goddess Artemis, the hunting goddess Aphrodite, the love goddess, and Demeter, the harvest goddess, were among the other principal Olympian deities. Greek mythology states that during a golden period, mankind on Earth lived in a relaxed manner near the gods. But as time went on, humanity became more aggressive, warlike, and estranged from the gods, which angered and displeased them. According to the poet Hesiod, if his words are prophecies, then those fervent gods, high on the mountain of Olympus, still govern our lives. The myths continue by describing the many tales and adventures involving the various great gods and goddesses and how they interacted with humans. We will concentrate on the tales of Troy in this first section of Greek mythology. Ilos, a descendant of Zeus, established the city of Troy by drawing the limits of a city and settling on the low hill on the plain close to the Hellespot's entrance. The next morning, when Ilos prayed to the gods for good fortune, he saw a huge wooden statue called the Palladium, which was created by the goddess Athene as a tribute to her companion Pallas. Apollo came and pleaded with Ilos to protect and revere the picture from any intruders. The city would be protected as long as Troy held on to the symbol of heavenly respect. The purity of the lovely city of Troy would be threatened by circumstances, since men are men and are still susceptible to the whims and powers of the gods. And for ages to come, that city would be the subject of tales, the scene of a conflict involving the most formidable Olympian gods, the most beautiful women in the country, and the greatest Greek warriors. A lovely lady and a gorgeous man, thrown from his aristocratic origin, are the starting points of the tales of Troy, the longest and most thrilling of all the stories. Over the years, many of the gods who had been harmed by their masters had tarnished Troy's reputation. Only until the cunning and quick-footed King Priam assumed control of Troy and gave her another chance to flourish did these gods' resentment lessen. Priam was a cautious and superstitious king who never made a mistake so that he may regain control of the beautiful country. Additionally, their youngest son was abandoned and left to perish on the summit of Mount Ida when his sage wife Hecuba dreamt that she had given birth to a firebrand. Paris was this kid, but he lived. After being nursed by a bear, he was sent to live with the mountain shepherds, where he developed into a strong, attractive man who was well liked and respected by his peers. Unaware of his aristocratic ancestry, he was happy to marry and dwell in a modest house with Inoue, a beautiful mountain nymph. There he was known as Alexander the man's assistant. Then one day, when he was tending his herds on the sunny highlands surrounded by greenery and happy with his modest life, Hermes, the god's messenger, paid him a visit. He remarked, gazing in wonder at this mortal's magnificence. There had been an altercation, and 3 of the loveliest gods needed a judge to determine which was the fairest. Paris was a man of great intelligence and good appearance, and Zeus had decided that he should be assigned the responsibility of deciding among the goddesses. "Don't worry, Paris," Hermes replied. "Zeus gives you the freedom to choose which of the 3 seems to be the most fair in your opinion, and the Father of both humanity and gods will stand by you when you provide an accurate judgment." Paris gave a startled nod. The thrill and shallowness of the act in front of him instantly overshadowed the purity of his modest existence. Hera, ruler of Olympus, was the first deity to show herself to him. She informed the young shepherd that Eris was the only immortal who had not been invited to the wedding between Peleus and Thetis due to some error. Despite her appearance at the feast, she caused controversy by throwing an apple at the feet of Hera, Athene, and Aphrodite, 3 of the greatest deities who believed they were the most beautiful in the nation. The words, "for the fairest," were engraved on the apple, and Paris had been called upon to judge the prettiest in order to put a stop to the trivial arguments. Hera continued by giving him the wealthiest land on earth and all of her royal presents. Athene promised him knowledge and victory in combat. She murmured, "I judge the prize to me, and thou shalt be renowned as the bravest and wisest among men." The 3rd goddess was Aphrodite, who was just as gorgeous as her sisters, but as shrewd. She drew herself up to the shepherd and said, "I am Aphrodite. I have 3 presents that are the most delicious in the world. All he needs to earn my favor is love in order to be loved again. I vow to be the most beautiful woman's daughter if you choose me to be your wife." Even though Paris was already married, he made the decision to choose Aphrodite without hesitation. He then offered the goddess of love the golden apple, and she thanked him with a grin so bright that it made his cheeks flush. With this sense of satisfaction, Paris left the next day to participate in the annual games organized by King Priam to honor the passing of his youngest son, Paris. He was eager to put his power to the test, since it was his first time in the city since birth. He outperformed even his own brothers, the youthful princes of Troy, in his strength, enthusiasm, desire, and skill in the sports. His sister Cassandra, who had the ability of divination, yelled out, "Do not raise your hand against your brother," without understanding what she was saying when they were so enraged by his skill that they planned to have an errant arrow fired in his way. The princes couldn't believe it. Reunited with his family, Paris was welcomed back to Troy with wide arms, much to the satisfaction of King Priam. He was assigned a significant task for the monarch, which was to go to Greece and ensure the return of Hesione, who had been carried away by Hercules many years before. Only Cassandra opposed this endeavor, since her prophecy foretold her death and the devastation that would result in a major conflict with Troy. However, Paris disregarded her advice and embarked on his journey, pausing along the way to pay a visit to Peneleus, the king of Sparta, who was wed to Helen, the world's most beautiful lady. This distraction caused Helen to stray from her marital vows into another man's arms in an elopement that would thrill Greece and start a conflict that would last for 10 bloody years. Unquestionably, the most beautiful lady in all of Greece. Helen was the daughter of Tyndareus, the king of Sparta. Because of her beauty, she was revered as a goddess in Sparta and transported to Attica by Theseus. As she became older, she began to draw suitors from all over the globe who flocked to be with her so they could show their interest in her. Men with exceptional wealth and a flawless record of valor, such as the shrewd and crafty Odysseus, competed to marry Helen. The richest of princes, Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon, ruler of Argos, who was married to Helen's half-sister Clytemnestra, was chosen by Tyndareus because he did not want to anger the great men who offered Helen their hand in marriage. Odysseus advised Tyndareus that the suitors who had not been selected to marry Helen should make a pledge promising to protect the fortunate suitor to the death if anything or anybody seemed to take away his good fortune. As a result, Menelaus was crowned king of Sparta and married to the beautiful Helen, who coexisted peacefully and contentedly with him. The suitors who had not been selected gave him heartfelt congratulations and, sworn to their vows, went back to their homes. Tyndareus commemorated the event by presenting an offering to the gods. But it was unfortunate that he neglected to include Aphrodite in his speech, a mistake that both gods and humans would later recall and regret. In the opulent palace, where food and wine were plenty, where Menelaus reigned justly and generously, and where Helen and Menelaus developed a mutual regard and affection for one another, everything was well. Helen gave birth to 3 children. After a harsh day, the fates decided to bring Paris to Sparta, where he made the decision to marry Helen the instant he laid eyes on her. His sense of honor, his duty, and the directives of his long-lost father were all forgotten, and alone on the Mount of Ida, together with his real bride, Oenone. When honorable Menelaus embarked on an adventure, he trusted the lovesick Paris to take care of his wife in a way worthy of his position, and he summoned Aphrodite to fulfill the promise she had given him on the hillside. Hermione, her daughter by Menelaus, had been left behind when Paris and Helen eloped before he could get back. Paris and Helen drifted aimlessly, their love growing, as they went with plundered wealth from Menelaus's castle. Paris came home to Troy to display his new acquisition, only after months of gentle lovemaking and a genuine rich attachment. However, the water abruptly calmed down throughout their voyage, with no air clinging to its surface. A spooky hush descended upon them, threatening to overpower them with its dark foreboding of misfortune. Then from the water came a thing so terrifying that Paris pushed Helen under the deck and, sword at the ready, stepped forward to listen to what it had to say. The beast lay its dripping trident over the ship's prow and leaned forward, its powerful weight sinking the ship perilously near to the sea's edge. The silence was deafening. After that, it said something that made Paris feel cold. "I am the sea deity Nereus. Ill omens lead you rubber of another's merchandise. The Greeks will cross this sea, swear, to right the injustice that you have done, and destroy King Priam's castles. How many men and horses do I see there dead for your transgressions? How many Trojans were killed for your sins? How many Trojans kept quiet about their city's destruction?" He then launched his trident upwards and vanished under the sea of mirrors. However, the action was taken, and destiny had decided the outcome. The humiliation and collapse of Troy and her people would result from Paris's mental and physical weakness. He raced across the waves that rose to meet them head low. He carried on to Troy, resolved to establish a life there with his lady love, while breathing in the air that started to circulate again in the name of love and on the wings of pride. The nation was rocked by Paris and Helen's elopement, and Elias, whose trusting spirit was broken by grief, collected the men who had sworn to support him in difficult times. He summoned the powerful leaders of neighboring nations, men who would use force to reclaim his cherished wife and punish the intruder in his house. As the greatest and most powerful lords of the Peloponnese, he and his brother Agamemnon called upon the best leaders in the land to send their ships and bravest warriors to fight Troy. Out of respect for these two great men, all but two responded to the call and sailed for Troy. Odysseus, the cunning and well-liked ruler of the little island of Ithaca, was one of these guys. Odysseus had just wed Penelope, his beloved, and the two had a son named Telemachus. He was reluctant to leave his family, with whom he had found immense pleasure, for a war that was expected to be drawn out and agonizing. He was not inclined to answer the summons, since an oracle had told him that if he traveled to Troy, he would risk being away from his house and his wife for 20 years. Instead, he pretended to be insane, and when Menelaus and Palamedes paid him a personal visit, he wore a rustic cap and used an ox and an ass yoked together to plow salt into the stony land's ruts. However, Palamedes was not duped by this performance and placed the baby Telemachus in the plow's path, forcing Odysseus to confess his fraud, gather the team, and save his son from impending death. Thus Odysseus grudgingly made his way to Troy, where he established himself as the most famous warrior in history, and where the oracle turned out to be accurate. Achilles was also called, but he disregarded the summons at his mother's suggestion, dressing him as a girl and hiding him among the Skyros king's daughters. He was the child of mortal Peleus and the goddess Thetis. Achilles was the youngest of Thetis's numerous offspring, but they had all perished in her effort to keep them alive by setting them over a fire. She wanted to make Achilles immortal again when he was born, but she deftly avoided the deadly fires that promise immortality and instead hanged him over a river, plunging him into the water to render him impervious. He was raised with other heroes who fed him bear marrow and lion heart, and the heel he used to hold him remained the only weak spot on his body. He was a well-liked young man with exceptional military ability. Knowing that he would undoubtedly die in the Trojan War, his mother devised a scheme to conceal him from Menelaus and his men. However, it was cunning Odysseus who discovered him and exposed him by posing as a vendor of exquisite jewelry and fabrics, which delighted the other young woman, but did not pique the young hero's interest. When sly Odysseus spread out a knife and shield, Achilles jumped on them, revealed himself, and quickly joined Odysseus. When King Priam learned of Paris's actions in Sparta, he became even more shocked. Odysseus had traveled to Troy with Palamedes and Menelaus to demand that Priam bring Helen back, but Paris had not yet done so, and Priam was unwilling to pass judgment on a man before he had had a chance to express his opinions. He politely complied with the requests of these great men who had come to his shores with such urgent missions, but he postponed them. When Paris eventually showed up with Helen, King Priam and his sons were so enamored of her beauty that they forgiven Paris for all of his shortcomings and vowed that Helen would always stay in Troy. Helen testified that she had eloped voluntarily and that her love for Paris was stronger than any previous love that either man or God had ever experienced. The people of Troy, however, were less amenable to their new mistress because she carried with her the threat of war, which would entice its numerous men to fight and deprive them of their freedom and reputation. When Paris stalked the streets of Troy with his new bride on his arm, he was accompanied by muttering curses. The heroic Hector and Priam's son-in-law, Aeneas, prince of the Dardanians, and the son of Aphrodite, led the men of Troy in assembling their army. It turned out that Artemis was responsible for the deathly silence because Agamemnon had unintentionally wounded her pride by killing one of her sacred hinds, and now she demanded the death of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, in retaliation. Many years had passed since Menelaus had issued the first call for help, but the impressive group of warriors gathered now at a harbor included more than 1,000 ships. As they prepared to set out for Troy, however, their sails were met with a calm that prevented even a breath of wind from setting them on their course. The great lord listened to his men and, encouraged by his brother Menelaus, called his wife to bring Iphigenia to the location where he promised her Achilles as a husband. For this reason alone, Iphigenia was brought to the ships, and when she greeted her father with excitement and love, he cast her aside, daring not to meet her glances. Agamemnon was torn by the command and refused to consider it, and the men of Greece grew impatient and certain to start a war that would be long and difficult. Menelaus suppressed his own grief upon seeing this anguish and prohibited his brother from killing the little girl. But Agamemnon's heart was hardened by this compassion and pity, and he prepared for the sacrifice. When Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife, observed him avoid his favorite daughter's hugs, she became suspicious and brought her to Achilles' tent, where he claimed to be unaware of the upcoming wedding and eventually revealed the true reason for Iphigenia's visit to the camp. As Agamemnon struggled once more to make a decision that would calm his angry men, Clytemnestra flew back to her husband in a fiery rage and distress and discovered her daughter pleading for mercy at his feet. At that moment, Iphigenia drew herself up and wiped away her tears, declaring, "Since it must be, I am willing to die, and shall be called the honor of Greek maidenhood, who have given my life for the motherland. Let the fall of Troy be my marriage feast and my monument." As her serene face overwhelmed her family with sorrow, once again, the courageous young lady threw herself down on the altar of Artemis's sacrifice table and looked up at the sky. Calchas the seer took the knife out of its sheath after being assigned this agonizing task, but as he raised his arm to deliver a blow, Iphigenia disappeared, seized by Artemis, who had pity for the beautiful girl and carried her away to become a priestess of her temple in Taurus, where she would live forever as a virgin. A snow-white fawn, splattered with virgin blood, was placed on the table in her place, and Calchas declared Artemis to be placated with a loud cheer. Her crew was filled with excitement and expectation as his words were carried away on the whisper of wind that swelled until it became a powerful storm that pulled at the immobile ships. From where the far-off walls of Troy could be seen glimmering in the early light, the winds took them far beyond nations and islands where the fight would start. Tennis, the son of Apollo, was killed before the invaders had even reached the beaches of Troy, which was a terrible start to the battle. Achilles had received a warning not to kill any of Apollo's children, but when he saw a figure throwing rocks at Greek ships approaching the walled city of Troy, he struck him down with one swing of his powerful sword. Tennis was dead before Achilles could issue the warning, and the ships were gloomy as they waited anxiously for Apollo to exact his retribution. After Philoctetes, a skilled marksman, was bitten by a snake, the wound became so infected that the Greeks were obliged to dump him on the rocky island of Phlemnos, where he was left to live alone for a very long time. The battle had really started when a young man of courage and will, Protesilaus, jumped into the shores of Troy and was immediately killed by Hector Priam's oldest son, one of Troy's champions, while the solemn army tried to cope with the loss of one of its finest soldiers. Zeus himself had declared that humanity must be exhausted. Therefore, the gods themselves were entangled in a conflict that was started by a single mortal woman. For 9 years, the Greeks battled against the formidable walls of Troy, which were defended by valiant warriors like Hector, who commanded King Priam's other 49 sons. Paris joined them, despite the fact that many others failed to hide their rage at this self-centered individual. Though their ultimate objective was peace, Antenor and Aeneas were both wise and fair men who battled for Troy. The men of Greece attacked the allies of Troy, instead destroying and plundering their towns and robbing their women, since the city's walls were constructed by Apollo and Poseidon themselves, and could not be broken or sealed, no matter how hard Agamemnon's army tried. At one such occasion, a fight broke out that would permanently alter the trajectory of the conflict and bring it to a ferocious conclusion after over 10 years of preparation. Agamemnon selected Chryseis, a beautiful young woman, and Briseis, who later became Achilles, as their prize, when Achilles and his troops stormed the city of Larnasus. A sickness afflicted the camp when it was revealed that the girl Chryseis was an Apollo priestess, forcing Agamemnon to bring her back to the temple. He accomplished this, but when he returned, he deceitfully enticed Briseis away from Achilles' camp and claimed her as his own. This conduct infuriated and angered Achilles so much that he threw down his armor and vowed never to fight for men who were no better than pigs. Though the years of battle had taken their toll, and the soldiers on both sides had grown weary of the animosity, Achilles was an unmatched fighter, and his absence gave the Trojans an unexpected edge. Hector boldly proposed that Menelaus and Paris engage in a duel to determine Helen's destiny in an attempt to bring about a peaceful conclusion. This route was deemed fair, and when the two men fought, their swords clashed, and several maidens passed out at the sight of two such magnificent men so quickly and effortlessly luring death. Although they were a good fit, Menelaus had the advantage of a long, simmering resentment, which he used to confine Paris to the walls of his city and end his self-centered existence. However, Aphrodite was unable to endure the conflict any longer, and Paris's life was a sacrifice she would not permit. Her flowing hair and dresses illuminated the soldiers' faces, infusing their souls with awe and serenity. Then she attacked, dragging her sweetheart to safety inside the city walls and concealing him behind a cloud. Menelaus watched in awe as he realized how close he had come to regaining his wife after all these years, and how the gods had used them as toys to change the destiny of human lives at their pleasure. His cries of wrath were heard by the other gods, causing a wound that would not be closed until the conflict was eventually over. As the defenders became stronger, Apollo collapsed with Thetis's cries for justice for her son Achilles. Zeus had sided with the invaders, who in their ferocious rage injured Ares and Aphrodite, causing them to bleed their eternal blood. The Greeks persisted in their battle and killed Rhesus during a nighttime assault, seizing the white horses he was transporting to the Trojans. Apollo descended to support the Trojan soldiers in the shadows, and they responded to this farce by setting fire to a few of the Greek ships that had been anchored in the harbor. And while the fleet burnt, and the Greek army Patroclus faced certain death, Achilles' great buddy showed up in his friend's armor and scared the Trojans into running away. The greatest warrior in Greek history, Patroclus forgot himself and jumped to the top of the Trojan walls, driving their troops into a panic that Apollo had to calm down again. Knowing that this valiant fighter was none other than Patroclus, the mighty deity who sided with the Trojans, wound him, knocking the shield and weapon that had defended him off his body. Hector intervened and murdered Patroclus with a single strike when Patroclus cried out in agony, pleading for compassion. His boldness and armor were on full display. Achilles, who had cleared his mind of all thoughts of the war, was awakened by the Greeks' yell. As soon as he learned of his close friend's death, he sprang into action and cried out for vengeance, terrifying everyone around him. With anger pulsing through his veins, he stretched his powerful muscles and trembled. When fresh armor was called for, he hurriedly got ready and left for Troy right away. As the frightened Trojans withdrew within their city, the gods once again decided to step in. Scamander's river deity created a wall of water to keep the homicidal attacker at bay. Hephaestus responded to this action by stepping in right away and using a burning torch to dry the waters. And with a desire for vengeance stronger than that of the valiant Achilles, he continued to hunt down the poor Hector and murder everyone who stood in his way. His forehead, furrowed with purpose, glistened with sweat. Many of Achilles' opponents were halted in their tracks, mesmerized by the image of his magnificent might, which he displayed with such masculine beauty. Hector, too, came to a complete halt upon seeing Achilles and bent down, prepared to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, until he seen the blazing glimmer in Achilles' eye and realized that he would undoubtedly die as a result of this raider and his army. He attempted to flee by turning on his heels, but Achilles was more powerful and stronger. Hector became weaker and more terrified as they sprinted around the city's walls 3 times. After catching him and pinning him to the wall like a rabbit with his sword, Achilles let out a loud yell and immediately murdered Hector by thrusting his blade through him. The Trojans wept and cried for their fallen commander, pausing the fight for a moment to grieve before pledging retribution and continuing with even more ferocity. When Penthesilea came, her Amazon ladies to aid the Trojans, Achilles murdered her, and then his strong fist knocked down the vile politician Thersites. Achilles was invincible. The unstoppable Achilles never got tired, never lost his poise, and never lost his guile. Then Memnon came with a group of Ethiopians, hoping that the gods would once again grant the Trojans permission to greatly expand their army. Achilles, however, became furious and urged Zeus to decide between him and Memnon in order to undo the harm caused by these invading soldiers. Memnon, however, had fallen from the ruler of the gods' favor, and when he died, his supporters instantly transformed to birds and accompanied him to his rocky grave on the island's neck. Achilles was then given a sword with which to murder the Ethiopian. More arrogant than ever, Achilles persisted in winning battles and never missing a blow with his powerful sword. The gods were impatient with his display of arrogance at that point and intervened once again. Since Apollo had not yet paid Achilles back for Tennes's murder, now was his time to guide Paris's hand. An arrow was aimed toward Achilles' heel, the one area of his body that was not unbeatable. After Achilles died instantly, the Greeks' will waned and their desire for fight vanished, temporarily weakening them. However, a new determination developed in their hearts as they grieved for their abandoned leader, and after a sorrowful burial in which Achilles received the greatest honors, they got together to plot their retaliation. Their minds would have continued to work even if their hearts had been severed. They were very skilled strategists and self-assured attackers. They were motivated to decide who should take up Achilles' weapons when Menelaus seemed to remind them once again of the purpose of their conflict. Agamemnon picked Odysseus because of his bravery and wisdom, but Ajax the Great was envious since he knew that he was stronger than Odysseus and vowed to get revenge on him. However, Odysseus's longtime companion, Athene, encouraged him to take another route, and believing he was killing Odysseus and his soldiers, he killed a herd of sheep, instead convinced of his own insanity. Another premature and troubling defeat to the Greeks came when Ajax committed suicide. Zeus had planned the war from start to finish, but he paused to check that everything was in balance. He declared that Troy had to fall, but this was impossible without the bow and arrows from Heracles' quiver and the presence of Achilles' son, who was far away in Skyros. The Greeks acted quickly, and as they went about calling Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, from his house, they were informed that the removal of the massive wooden statue from the city, which guarded the gates and provided protection from all intruders, was the last requirement, without which the war could not be won. Odysseus started making plans. He had trained his wits while waiting expectantly to be saved, and Philoctetes was eager to fight and utilize the mighty Heracles' bow in combat when his horrific experience on Lemnos was over and his wounds had healed. With a yell that let go of years of agonizing loneliness and agony, he raised it now, spitting on his palms, and fed a poisoned arrow into the bow's string. The arrow went directly to its target, at the gorgeous Paris's neck, where it was instantly fouled. Neoptomalos, a trembling, terrified young man, who had little interest in fighting and no understanding of battle, donned his father's armor. Nevertheless, he found confidence in it and faced the task head-on, leading his rebuilt army to the gates of Troy. While he was engaged elsewhere, Odysseus disguised himself as a poor beggar. With the assistance of Athene and Iomedes, he managed to talk his way past the gates of the great city and land on the sleeping guardians of the Palladium with such elegance and speed that no one in the city was aware of his betrayal. In order to reach his army on the other side, he crawled far from the city on his stomach while pulling the Palladium with him down a rodent-infested sewer. The Palladium proudly followed him as he battled through muck and filth. Troy was on the brink of defeat when the Palladium lost its magnificent power over the city. Without that advantage and the ability of clever men like Odysseus to fight, there was no hope. But she resisted the invaders until Odysseus, with Athene's assistance once more, devised a final plan. A gigantic wooden horse with a hollowed-out interior that could accommodate 50 soldiers was commissioned to be built by the artisan Epius. Agamemnon selected his best man to ride in its belly, and after assembling the rest of his fleet, he seemed to leave Troy's harbor. But he simply went around the bend of the land, where he waited eagerly and fervently. After being abandoned on shore, Sinon was captured by the Trojans, who were shocked by their unexpected good fortune. When Sinon suggested that they take the wooden horse into their walls, they did so in awe of its inscription, which was a thank you to Athene for our safe return home. Sinon pretended to be angry at his colleagues for abandoning him, and he wormed his way into their affections and grace by siding with the Trojans. Cassandra, once again, stood up to the enemy soldier, declaring that the horse would only bring carnage and ultimate destruction to the city. The prophet Laocoon concurred with her, but on his approach to the palace to alert the king, he was strangled by 2 serpents who sprang out of the water and vanished after completing their lethal mission. The magnificent horse was subsequently brought into the city and placed within the Athene temple, where it was festered with herb garlands and wreathed in ribbons. That night, the Trojans feasted and celebrated the conclusion of a battle that, despite its lengthy duration, had claimed relatively few casualties. The Greek men slept peacefully inside the wooden horse, waiting for nightfall so they could attack. Only Helen maintained her suspicions, understanding that the Greeks were too cunning and ambitious to back down till the very end, and she reluctantly admired their audacity, whatever it may have been. Because she suspected the horse, she crept inside the darkened temple late at night and urged the men's wives to come out and be reunited by calling out in their voices. The cunning Odysseus was the only one who figured out her deception. He kept the heroes silent by covering their mouths with his palm while they were speaking in a fake voice, and Helen quickly left. The killing of the Trojans started in the moonlight, when the city was gleaming with a numbing drowsiness, and the soldiers were intoxicated and drowsy as they slipped away from the horse on ropes they had prepared earlier. As King Priam crossed his courtyard, he was killed. Benelius proceeded directly to his wife's chambers, where she bowed her head and spoke words of such candor and regret that Benelius's resolve was halted. He reached out to her and held her in his arms once more, transfixed by her beauty and a slave to her love. Once again, everything was forgiven, and he carried Helen to his ship, where she was welcomed into the arms of the Greeks, disarming them with a fair face. The Greek males, who had long been deprived of female company, proceeded to pillage Troy, stealing women as trophies. Agamemnon took Cassandra, while Neoptolemus, who had developed into a fine young man during his weeks in the army, took Andromache, Hector's widow. To placate Achilles' spirit, Polyxena was offered as a sacrifice at his grave. After Aeneas suffered a deadly wound, the gods intervened and restored his health. Apollo encouraged him to confront the raiders, but Poseidon whispered to him that he would conquer Troy one day. As a result, Aeneas fled the burning city, losing his wife in the process, and his following journeys became the focus of Virgil's perfect poem and Roman mythology. When Odysseus took Queen Hecuba as his own, her cries of pure despair reached the heavens, and she was magically changed into a dog whose barks could be heard on the shores of Troy for all eternity. Queen Hecuba was sitting in her tower window, watching the massacre, the deaths of her family, her co-workers, her servants, and their children. Troy was shattered, her streets stained with the blood of generations of soldiers, and its walls finally scaled and crumbled, releasing the luck and goodwill that had been enshrouded in her from the start. Enthusiastic Greeks lit her on fire, making her a shining example to everyone who knew her. Her heart stopped beating. Thus, Helen and Menelaus were reunited at Sparta after their return. There are other legends that were created by the War of Troy. After the great city of Troy was destroyed, its fires glowed for everyone to see, serving as a warning to lovers and warmen that would live in their memories for the rest of time. Other great heroes went their separate ways, with many returning to glory with the spoils of their victory in ships loaded with treasure. Still others met with disaster on their journey home. One of the most remarkable civilizations in history was founded by the ancient Egyptians. Only with the graces of one of the gods who built the earth were their rich cultural heritage and outstanding creations that have endured across time conceivable. None was the name of the enormous chaotic ocean that existed before the beginning of existence. However, a massive pyramidal mound sprung up in these waters. There was a lotus flower atop this hill, and as it opened, a powerful light stretched out, frightening the darkness away. The sun, deity Ra, was the source of all this light. Ra gave birth to the first generation of gods while living alone. Tefnut, the goddess of rain, and Shu, the deity of air, were created. The vast mass of primordial seas continued to rule the cosmos. Tefnut and Shu dove into the waves to investigate their vastness. Ra was upset to learn that his kids were not coming back. He dispatched Hathor to find them, because he was afraid he would never see them again. Tefnut and Shu made it back safely. Ra was so happy that human beings were born from the tears of his eyes. Ra's offspring returned and produced the earthly god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Heaven and earth were made in this manner. With the title of the first pharaoh, the mighty deity Ra governed the cosmos with absolute authority. The creation of the river Nile was the gods' greatest gift to Egypt, though he also gave them other sacred creatures like the cow and the lion. To appease the gods, man would construct a civilization around its banks. The Egyptians revered Ra as a deity and ruler in his human form. However, Ra became enraged when humanity started to worship the snake Apophis as he aged and his glory diminished. To punish the males, Ra commanded the lioness deity Sekhmet to plan a massive massacre. The wave of blood that followed Sekhmet's strike drowned many of the survivors. Ra withdrew to his solar boat when it appeared that his terrestrial reign was about to an end. During the day, the deity traveled around the heavens in it. At night, however, he would venture into the underworld, the domain of the dead. He confronted the snake Apophis in the underworld. The deity triumphed against darkness with every daybreak. Isis Nephthys. Seth and Osiris are the strong children of the gods Nut and Geb. While Ra ruled in the sky, they would assume control of the global government. After taking over the throne that had belonged to Ra, Osiris went on to rule the earth and bring civilization to humans. However, his brother Seth intended to seize all the authority for himself. Thus, the new god's reign was not safe. The story of the Egyptian gods began at this point. Osiris became the new supreme god, succeeding Ra, the god who created the Egyptian universe. He started a fresh and successful reign after marrying Isis. Men had been living in barbaric ways until Osiris brought them civilization. In addition to teaching people how to bake bread weave and cultivate crops, the gods also taught humans how to apply laws that would bring order where there had previously been anarchy. Under the benign rule of Osiris, Egyptian civilization started to thrive. Set, meanwhile, was Osiris's strong and aspirational brother. The dry desert that surrounded Egypt was the location of his empire. Set was envious of his brother's thriving kingdom because of this. Osiris had an affair with Set's wife, Nephthys. The deity of the dead Anubis was born out of this coupling. Set was furious that his own brother had betrayed him, so he exacted retribution. The embodiment of evil and the deity of arid regions invited Osiris to a lavish feast in his honor. Set displayed a lovely coffin to the guests at the feast, offering to give it to the person who would fit it the best. It was to be tested by Osiris. Set shut the deity inside the casket shortly after he had settled in. The Lord of Egypt's life came to an end when the malevolent god gave the command to cast the coffin into the Nile River. Isis lamented her cherished husband's passing. The customary floods began as the tears poured into the Nile River. The goddess looked for Osiris's corpse with her sister Nephthys. Isis attempted to conceal the body after discovering it, but Set discovered it and divided it into 14 halves. The parts of Osiris were dispersed over Egypt by the ruthless god. Anubis assisted Isis in retrieving every fragment of her husband. Anubis put these fragments of the deity together and preserved Osiris's corpse. The goddess brought her beloved back to life using her heavenly abilities. However, Osiris later ruled over the afterlife. Osiris and Isis had a son after Osiris's resurrection. He made the promise to depose Set, the usurper of the throne that was properly his, and went by the name Horus. Osiris, the dominant deity in Egyptian mythology, had been killed by the god of destruction Set. He began his reign of terror after seizing his brother's crown for himself. However, Osiris and the goddess Isis had a child together. Horus was his name. It had been predicted that he, a falcon deity, would rule the sky and restore light to Egypt, putting an end to the darkness that Set had brought about. As an adult, Horus made the decision to take back the throne that his uncle had seized. Egypt would experience even greater instability as a result of this conflict, and the gods would test it. The battles between Set and Horus started when the heavenly court, which was presided over by the sun god Ra, decreed that the person deserving of the throne would need to win a number of battles. Ra loved Set because while he walked across the sky, the usurper was defending the sun, deity from the snake Apophis. Horus was challenged by the desert god. They were both supposed to turn into hippopotamuses and spent 3 months underwater. It was Horus's expectation that his mother, the goddess Isis, would exploit Set's weakness to murder him, but the goddess lacked the courage to fight her brother. Horus became enraged by this betrayal and assaulted his mother, slicing off her head in the process. The goddess was saved by the knowledge-loving god Thoth, who replaced the old head with a cow's. Horus and Set had been at odds for many years. Set was able to remove Horus's eyes during their battle in the desert. Horus regained his sight with the help of the goddess of love Hathor. Set and Horus had to make amends before the gods' celestial court. The evil deity invited Horus to a feast at his castle while seeming to be kind. Overnight, however, Set attempted to mistreat his nephew, making him unfit to hold the throne. However, Horus was able to defend himself and stop the god from dispersing his deadly seed. Then Horus made the decision to get revenge. The goddess Isis helped the deity plant his sacred seed in lettuce leaves, which she then presented to Set. Unbeknownst to him, the deity of the desolate deserts ate the contaminated lettuce. Set, envenomed, began to shrivel in view, and a brilliant disc exploded from his brow. Tout fixed it on her own head after grabbing it. After 80 years, the court eventually gave Horus his birthright throne, after Set was humiliated. Seeing her son take his father's kingdom with Osiris could not have made Isis happier. Set would inevitably accompany Ra in his solar boat, and his shrill screams might be heard over the thunderclap of the heavens. This was the beginning of Horus's rule over Egypt, and all of the previous Egyptian pharaohs were descended from him. The earliest great civilizations are said to have originated in Mesopotamia. They include the Sumerians, who established highly structured kingdoms at the start of the Bronze Age. It goes without saying that humans were not limited to Mesopotamia at that time. The majority of them lived in tiny settlements or as nomads over most of the world. Around May, some tribes moved to North Africa, where they established settlements and dispersed over the Nile Valley. More specifically, because of the presence of the renowned Nile River. The areas that are today known as Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt were selected. The world's largest river, it also had a significant role in the formation of Egyptian civilization. The Nile River was known to the ancient Egyptians as Itaru, which translates to Great River. All living things were seen as receiving it as a gift from the gods. Periods of high tide occur annually in the Nile River, irrigating the surrounding area. It is feasible to cultivate and graze rural animals because of the debris, which also makes the ground fruitful and dark. Kemet, which translates to black earth, was one of the names the Egyptians used to describe their region, emphasizing the significance of soil fertility. The area with the greatest concentration of habitation is the delta of the Nile, where the river splits into many tributaries that flow into the Mediterranean Sea. Similar to the Mesopotamian peoples, the early Egyptians' reliance on agriculture as their primary source of income drove their trade and cultural advancement. Settlements developed into separate cities over time. Soon, the first monarchs appeared, claiming to be the sovereign kings of their own realms. An Upper Egyptian monarch launched a military offensive against the other cities in March. Historians cannot agree on who this monarch was. Archaeological evidence points to the presence of a semi-legendary monarch who, in accordance with prevailing beliefs, would have been a descendant of Horus. This enigmatic monarch was most likely known as Menes or Narmer. There are compelling reasons to believe that Narmer would be the chosen name. According to more thorough research, Menes was an honorable title, meaning he who perseveres. The inhabitants of Lower and Upper Egypt were united under Narmer's leadership when his campaign was victorious. He was Egypt's first king. Narmer founded Memphis, which was the capital of ancient Egypt for a long time because of its strategic location that guaranteed a strategic control point in Egyptian territory. The city had a port on the banks of the Nile River where factories and workshops were built, producing ceramic jars, clothing, or dyes that were transported to the neighboring cities by boats along the river. Narmer started the first Egyptian dynasties, which were followed by 30 dynasties over the centuries. The Egyptians were already at odds with their neighbors during this time in their history. Some tribes in the Lebanese and Nubian regions, for instance, refused to acknowledge the Egyptians' hegemonic authority over the majority of their bountiful lands. These tribes frequently revolted against the Egyptians and attacked towns and smaller villages, causing bloody conflicts and making it hard to transport commodities throughout the area. Pharaoh Narmer could have wed a North African princess named Nithotep. Political goals of the marriage would be to resolve conflicts on Egyptian soil. Egypt's first queen was Nathotep. After Narmer's passing, she could have been the first female pharaoh. If this is true, she was the first female dynasty ruler in history. Numerous items, including gravestones and holy items, bore the name of Nathotep. Its significance as a co-founder of the first dynasty is highlighted by this. Historians recognize her name as the earliest queen of ancient Egypt. Pharaohs were more significant in ancient Egypt's long history than the conventional roles of kings and emperors. We were regarded as sacred beings by the Egyptians. The pharaohs were thought to have inherited divine blood, according to the beliefs of the time. Because they were descended from Horus, only members of the same family were eligible to hold the throne. This explains why, throughout Egyptian history, certain women have assumed leadership roles. The Egyptians always favored women with divine blood above males who lacked it, despite the fact that only men had the right to reign in modern societies. In addition to being in charge of governance, the pharaohs served as the highest-ranking priests, magistrates, and army commanders. The person closest to the gods was the pharaoh. The pharaohs had many advantages, but their lives were not always simple. Before the age of 12, some assumed the responsibility of leading a country. From an early age, the heir to the kingdom was ready to assume the role. He had to study the history of kingdoms, military conquests, and military tactics. Along with learning to read and write, he also had to commit religious rituals to memory. The pharaohs had a lot of power, but they were rarely in charge for very long. Invasion or coups frequently ended their rule. The Opet festivals were yearly ceremonial celebrations designed to extend the pharaoh's rule. Reviving the pharaoh and his relationship with the gods was the goal. A big celebration was held to celebrate a pharaoh's rule after he managed to hold on to power for around 30 years. He was celebrated with songs, banquets, and rites of passage to the afterlife. The period known as the Pyramid Era or Ancient Empire started about February. Egypt was already a well-established kingdom at this time, with trade ties to the Palestinians, Lebanese, and Mesopotamians. Egypt was now a very wealthy country. Significant advances in art and architecture occurred throughout the ancient empire. The paintings that graced the palaces and temples were expertly created with exact measurements taken into account. The mineral and plant extract was the source of the color. Even animal blood and insects were utilized to produce more vibrant hues. Many paintings still retain their hues and beauty as a consequence. The paintings might depict everything from ordinary life to significant occasions like natural disasters, pharaoh's coronation, or abundant harvests. In the artistic depictions, the gods and holy rites were paramount. Palace walls and tombs were painted and carved to tell many of the most well-known stories in the Egyptian pantheon. A more precise distribution of resources was made possible by the economy's accounting and recording of all production. The military also advanced during the ancient empire. The soldiers already had leather or wool breastplates, leather-covered wood shields, and the famous Khopesh sword. Government officials also collected taxes, hired peasants to work on construction projects or in agriculture, and oversaw the legal system, leading patrols of soldiers and prosecuting criminals. For 140 years, Egypt had a severe drought around February. People became hungry as a result, and social and economic power declined. Egypt was engulfed in instability, and the pharaoh's administration lost authority over his realms. Some provinces that were farthest from the capital rose up in rebellion and proclaimed their independence. Instead of paying taxes to the central government, the rebel provincial leaders started to profit themselves. They ultimately employed convicts and deserters as personal guards, giving rise to a sort of mafia leader. Two factions were prominent. One led Lower Egypt from Heracompolis, while the other led Upper Egypt from Thebes. In February, the Theban army, led by Mentuhotep II, overthrew the Heracompolis rulers, reunifying Egypt and ushering in the Middle Empire era. The mysteries and tales found in the Egyptian sands arouse our curiosity and want to learn more about the past of one of the greatest civilizations in history. The Egyptians were able to reclaim their historic lands and trade routes during the challenging period of the ancient empire. It marked the start of a new period of prosperity. From 2550 BC to 1710 BC, Egypt entered a new period of history known as the Middle Empire. Egypt had to rebuild its economy once military rule was reinstated. Along with new statues to the gods, new irrigation systems were constructed. The second pharaoh Mentuhotep launched an army to take over Nubia, an area rich in gold and valuable jewelry that would be extremely profitable for the struggling Egyptian economy. Despite their tenacity, the Egyptians were unable to completely subdue their opponents during the protracted battle against the Nubians, demonstrating the African tribe's exceptional military prowess. After 51 years in power, Mentuhotep II passed away. In a funerary complex in Deir el-Bahari, he was interred with his 6 wives. Egypt began an erudite era. After regaining its financial might and avoiding serious foreign challenges. The idea of life after death became well known during the Middle Empire. In Egyptian daily life, dying, which was already regarded as a rite of passage, became much more significant. By directing the construction of ever larger structures, the kings also resumed the practice of building pyramids as graves. The ancient empire was where the pyramids' construction got their start. The first was Djoser's Pyramid, which was constructed northwest of Memphis, approximately 260 BC. Architect Imhotep created the Djoser Pyramid and his tomb complex, which are regarded as the world's earliest monumental constructions. Imhotep, who was knowledgeable in a variety of fields, including medicine, architecture, theology, and carpentry, was perhaps one of the most significant individuals in Egypt during his lifetime. Imhotep is one of a select few Egyptian plebs who were elevated to the position of gods. The most significant nobility members were often given this honor. Two modern inscriptions on the pedestal or base of one of Djoser's sculptures attest to Imhotep's historical presence. Imhotep was so significant that people still held him in high regard after his passing. His tomb was kept in total secrecy and is yet undiscovered. There are currently 123 pyramids in Egypt that have been located and identified, some of which are in near total ruin. The choice to construct pyramidal graves is warranted as the base of the tomb is heavier and wider than the top, making it the safest method of monument construction. Nevertheless, several pyramids in antiquity fell because of their unusual shapes or because the unsuitable terrain was chosen. In these cases, the builder who was in charge of the project was executed. Another renowned pyramid that still stands today is the Bent Pyramid, but its shape shifted throughout construction. The pyramid's construction involved extensive logistics and a lot of physical labor. Each granite stone, which is taken from quarries that are often 800 kilometers away from the building site, weighs around 2.5 tons. After that, they were loaded into boats and driven down the Nile River. The stones were unloaded and then carried to the building site using sleds and ropes. They were sanded and cut there until they took on the required form. It was only then that they were pulled to the end on ramps. It is uncertain how many personnel are really involved in the construction process. Over 30,000 workers are said to have contributed to the construction of these monuments. Freemen who were paid and exempt from taxes made up the majority. Additionally, a large number of slaves were employed and given the most difficult and exhausting jobs. The pharaohs ordered the construction of the pyramids because they intended to utilize them as a tomb and a representation of their dominance and might. For the Egyptians, who thought that the earth originated from a primordial mount in the shape of a pyramid, the pyramids also had a symbolic meaning. The pyramids of Giza, located in the Giza necropolis, close to Cairo, are the most well-known pyramids. There are 3 pyramids in the necropolis. Menkaure is the smallest Khafre in the middle, and Cheops is the highest. Smaller constructions, known as the Pyramids of Queens, can still be seen close to the pyramids. The necropolis includes the Great Sphinx as well. The pyramids were completed at the top with a polished white limestone coating that reflected sunlight far and wide. Additionally, stones containing hieroglyphic inscriptions were positioned at the summit. It's possible that the top of certain pyramids might be covered in gold. It was an amazing sight. The height of the Pyramid of Cheops was an amazing 146.5 meters. There are now 138.8 meters remaining. Of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, it is the oldest and the only one still standing. Nearly every pyramid was looted from the inside out. Over the years, the granite stones and the limestone cover were taken out and used in various structures. The ancient Egyptian religion, which had a significant impact on the people's conception of life and death, provided the rationale for this massive commitment to erecting vast funeral monuments. No written records that elucidated the Egyptians' beliefs have survived. Because of this, contemporary historians draw their information from the murals and writings discovered in tombs, temples, and pyramids. The 3 collections of hieroglyphic texts from various eras serve as another material for this study. The Book of the Dead, the Book of Sarcophagi, and the Book of Pyramids are these manuscripts. The ancient Egyptians thought that after a few hundred years, those with divine blood might be raised from the dead and regain their position as kings. The reason the pharaohs established settings where they might retain their bodies and resurrect is explained by this idea of death and rebirth. The purpose of mummification was to preserve the body that the sovereign would later reclaim. The pharaoh's tomb also included jewels, clothing, and other valuables. Priests, animals, and his own slaves were also sacrificed throughout the Old Empire. His wife or spouses were frequently interred with the king. However, in the Middle Empire, this technique has become less significant. The sarcophagi played a crucial role in the pharaoh's incarnation as well. With the utmost accuracy, the pharaoh's visage was engraved onto the coffin. As a result, the spirit was able to recall his physical attributes from his existence when he returned to the body. Although the majority of Egyptians adhere to Sunni principles, there are neo-pagan organizations that worship the old gods and religion. This practice is known as Kemetism. Amenhotep III was the final pharaoh to reign Egypt during the Middle Empire. Tribes of Semitic Asiatic peoples were permitted to settle in the Nile River Delta during his rule. As the Assyrian Empire's dangers increased, many tribes sought safety. These individuals were referred to as the Hyksos, which means shepherd rulers. Parts of the Egyptian crops were devastated by uncontrolled floods in the Nile in 1650 BC, which had an impact on the economy and further weakened the empire. Taking advantage of the unrest, the Hyksos seized control of a few cities in the Nile Delta. In accordance with the Egyptian system of governance, the Hyksos formed their dynasty and chose a king. Thebes was presented to the Egyptian kings, who found themselves sandwiched between the Kushite kingdom in the south and the Hyksos kingdom in the north. The second intermediate period is the name given to this time of Egyptian history. Despite being invaders, the Hyksos also contributed to Egyptian civilization by introducing new weaving techniques, high-quality horses, and more sophisticated war chariots. The Egyptians battled the Hyksos for 30 years. The Hyksos were then driven out of Egypt by Amasis, the military king, who achieved a number of military triumphs. The new kingdom began when the Egyptians regained their dominance. Egypt, the country of pyramids and pharaohs, is known for its opulent tales and amazing feats, which have endured over time because of the artwork and structures created by the ancient Egyptians. It was evident throughout the New Kingdom that the Egyptian pharaohs and their armies were unable to handle outside challenges. The Egyptians began employing mercenary forces from Libya and Nubia as a remedy. The mercenaries were given land to live and work for the pharaoh with their families as payment for their services. The army also used prisoners, usually on the front lines. Better combat tactics were also developed, and autonomous troops of up to 6,000 men were commanded by well-trained officers. Although soldiers from lower-class backgrounds were paid for enlisting, they were essentially denied the opportunity to progress in their military careers because this privilege was only granted to the offspring of nobler families. Additionally, the Egyptians started to build their naval navy under the new kingdom. The Egyptians already possessed boats that were well built and agile. They were insufficient, nevertheless, to transport a large number of soldiers and supplies. As a result, stunning battle galleys with a sleek and menacing look were produced. The new kingdom's pharaohs fortified diplomatic relations with their neighbors and guarded their boundaries, ushering in an era of unparalleled wealth. Pharaoh Thutmose's initial military efforts resulted in the conquest of new territories, ensuring Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon's supremacy. Astella, where his accomplishments as a monarch were documented, was one of the towns where Thutmose I commissioned new structures and developed new works of art. His successors fought uprisings in the captured territories and kept control of the territory. One of the most significant pharaohs in ancient Egypt was his grandson, Thutmose III. With almost 17 campaigns under his command, Thutmose III continued his grandfather's growing military activity. There was an uprising in Canaan under Thutmose III's rule. Under the leadership of the king of Kadesh, the Canaanites gathered armies to drive the Egyptians out of their lands. The well-known Battle of Megiddo, which has significant archaeological value, was the result of this conflict. It was the first fight in history to be written down and described in detail. On the walls of the Temple of Amun-Ra, which is located in the modern city of Luxor, the ancient Thebes, the Egyptians recounted the specifics of the conflict. In a plain, Thutmose III collected his army and engaged the rebels in combat. The Canaanites fled into the hilltop city of Megiddo as a result of his triumph. After Megiddo was under siege for 7 months and the city surrendered, the fight came to a conclusion. The compound bow, a more potent variant of the bows previously in use, was also utilized for the first time during the Battle of Megiddo. The Egyptians made a lot of money from the triumph. They reportedly took 2,000 horses and 894 war chariots, including 2 that were plated in gold. Egypt reached its zenith following this triumph and the subjugation of the surrounding lands. Its dominance of land began in Syria at the Euphrates River and extended to Napata in Kushite territory. The third Thutmose continued to invade the Herodian kingdom of Mitanni. He triumphed once more, annexing additional territories to Egypt and a fresh group of warriors he had seized. Thutmose III, who is said to have been the first Upper Egyptian pharaoh to visit a foreign country via water, is said to have traveled to the Greek city of Crete. However, the new kingdom was not without its setbacks for the Egyptians. When a new pharaoh came to power, a period of unrest broke out. There are many mysteries and unanswered concerns surrounding the life of Pharaoh Akhenaten, one of the most contentious individuals in Egyptian history. Akhenaten sought to eradicate Egypt's ancient gods and worship by choosing a single deity and declaring that the god of Aton was the only creator of all things and living things. He defied more than 500 years of religious traditions. The sun, the world's source of warmth and light, was personified by the deity Aton. The name Akhenaten, which means he who praises Aton, was chosen by the king. In terms of military and diplomatic affairs, Akhenaten was a careless king. Egypt's neighbors broke off ties with it, and some of them resurfaced as threats. Akhenaten was thereafter known as the Mad Pharaoh by the ancient Egyptians. The king consistently demonstrated his religious zeal by confirming Aton's existence. He alone is the only one. Many priests and civilians were enraged by this behavior, which led to rioting and bloodshed in several areas of the new kingdom. Queen Nefertiti was Akhenaten's principal spouse and gained international fame after German researchers discovered her bust in 1912. It is thought that Nefertiti was a stunning woman. In order to avoid inciting the Egyptian deity's wrath and jealousy, the sculpture was never completed, leaving one eye out. Nefertiti's fate is unclear, and she vanished from history after Akhenaten's passing. For around 17 years, Akhenaten ruled. Egypt lost a great deal of power and influence throughout this period. The cause of Akhenaten's demise remains unclear. It is suspected that a gang of priests who worshipped the old gods killed him. Akhenaten had a large family. Among them, one would be particularly notable in Egyptian history. The well-known Tutankhamun was his son. Egypt had a period of unrest following the death of Akhenaten. Because there was a living male heir, his daughters were unable to succeed to the kingdom, and his son was still too young to do so. Smenkhare, an enigmatic person, assumed control. The question of whether Smenkhare was indeed Nefertiti, who would have taken the throne and altered her name, is up for discussion. Smenkhare could also have been Akhenaten's son-in-law, assuming the throne through his marriage to one of the late pharaoh's daughters. Nefertiti and Sir Akhenaten also made an appearance, as did Noble Ai, and a commander by the name of Horemheb. Nefertiti's father was most likely Ai. Ai had members of the royal family killed because she wanted to become king. After being saved, the child Tutankhamun and his half-sister Ankhesenamun were brought to Thebes. At the age of 9, Tutankhamun was anointed pharaoh. He married his 11-year-old half-sister to bolster the family tree. Given Tutankhamun's advanced age, Ai held the role of vizier, a sort of regent, and governed Egypt. General Horemheb backed his administration. As the years went by, Tutankhamun's voice became more assertive and powerful, directing the building of temples dedicated to the ancient Egyptian gods. This made it possible to revive the worship of several gods. At the age of 14, Tutankhamun passed away in 1324 BC. There have been several theories as to why he died, including poisoning sickness and murder. Since Tutankhamun posed a danger to Ai's objectives, the last alternative was not implausible. The fact that Tutankhamun's wife, Ankhesenamun, wrote to the Hittite king shortly after his death, pleading with him to send one of his offspring to marry her and become pharaoh of Egypt, is another incident that supports the murder theory. The Egyptians and Hittites have traditionally been adversaries. This demonstrates that Ankhesenamun's plea was driven by hurry and anxiety. The Hittite king reluctantly dispatched one of his sons to see Ankhesenamun. Strangely enough, though, this prince never went to Egypt. Most likely spies carried out Ai's orders to have him killed. Ultimately, Ankhesenamun married Ai, most likely against her consent. Poor Ankhesenamun passed away suddenly a few months after she married Ai. It is easy to conclude that the ruthless Ai also gave this instruction. The history of ancient Egypt greatly depends on Tutankhamun. Even though his tomb was little compared to other pharaohs, it was nearly complete when it was found. Howard Carter discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in the Valley of the Kings in 1922. The well-known story of the Tutankhamun curse, according to which a person who damaged the pharaoh's tomb would die a horrible death, began because the tomb was not desecrated by robbers. 3 wine amphorae, one with white wine, and a knife with a meteorite iron blade were discovered in the grave. Additionally, the tomb contained 2 tiny corpses of female fetuses, likely Tutankhamun's prematurely born daughters, as well as baskets filled with clothing, jewelry, cereals, and sculptures of the deity Anubis. Tutankhamun's mummy was housed in 3 sarcophagi. The smaller one was fashioned of gold and contained the body of the young pharaoh. Even though Tutankhamun's narrative is brief, it is yet worthy of being recognized and remembered today, since it is filled with murder, treachery, and intrigue. Regent I appears to have passed away from old age. General Horemheb succeeded him since he had no heirs. Since Horemheb served Egypt well in the battles, the populace embraced him as a pharaoh, despite the fact that he was a military leader. The future of Egyptian history would still be filled with unexpected turns and the coming of Ramses II, a well-known pharaoh, would instill terror among Egypt's adversaries. Over the ages, the great Egyptian pyramids have not faltered. Their colossal beauty demonstrates the Egyptian people's efforts to preserve the magnificence of their kingdom. Horemheb, a former commander, governed Egypt following the disastrous reign of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Horemheb brought order to Egypt by enacting harsher rules, such as punishing criminals by chopping off their noses and banishing them to the desert. Horemheb carried on the fight to revive the old god's religion, referring to the ancient pharaoh as a demon that sought to undermine faith in the genuine gods. He even attempted to obliterate the records of Akhenaten's rule. Since Horemheb had no heirs, Ramses I, a general in the Egyptian army, and his closest friend, was chosen to succeed him. About 50 years old, Ramses I took the throne and ruled for about 2 years. His son Seti I took his position. Kadesh was taken by Seti, the first who battled the Hittites. A 15-year peace treaty was made between the Hittites and the Egyptians. Other lands that had belonged to Egypt before to Akhenaten's rule were first reclaimed by Seti. However, Seti I also held the throne for a brief period of time before passing away at the age of 40. To this day, Seti I's mummy is regarded as one of the most exquisite and well-preserved. At the moment, it is at Cairo's Egyptian Museum. The renowned Ramses II Seti I's son succeeded him. In Egypt's history, there were 11 rulers with the name Ramses, but only Ramses II is referred to as Ramses the Great. His reign was the most affluent and long-lasting in Egyptian history, and he is regarded as Egypt's greatest pharaoh. Ramses II's father accompanied him on military operations when he was around 10 years old. Ramses participated in conflicts in Sinai, Canaan, and Libya. Growing up as a young warrior prince, Ramses was viewed as impulsive and conceited. He visited Phoenicia at the start of his rule in order to challenge newly established borders for the Egyptian realms. But he went into Hittite territory and claimed the provinces that Thutmose III had captured. It was deemed offensive by the arrogant Hittites, and the conflict between the two empires resumed. The Hittite monarch called in a large army and requested that cities and towns that were allied with the Hittites be reinforced. Ramses II also possessed a sizable army, which was made up of Lebanese mercenaries, African troops, and Egyptian soldiers. Ramses was an impatient and forceful individual. This compelled him to march in the direction of Kadesh, which the Hittites had retaken. There were 4 divisions in the Egyptian army. Despite having fewer people than the Hittites, they were more disciplined and well-trained. 2 Hittite troops suddenly surrendered to the Egyptians. They were spies despite their claims to be deserters. The spies spread the myth that the Hittite army was still distant from Kadesh after winning the Egyptians' trust. While the other Egyptian forces moved more slowly, Ramesses sought to use the chance to swiftly retake the city and proceed with a portion of his army and his personal guard. Ramesses knew he had gotten himself into a trap when he was already close to the city of Kadesh. The Hittites surrounded the Egyptian army after emerging from several angles. The incident was so unexpected that it was documented as the world's first military ambush. Despite being besieged, Ramesses and his personal guard broke the siege by using their war chariots to maneuver against the opposing army. In the meantime, the Egyptian infantry stopped the enemy's approach. After regrouping with the other army divisions that aided him, Ramesses launched a counteroffensive that swiftly drove the Hittites from the area. The Hittite king lost his brother that day when he was slain in combat. The 2 forces eventually withdrew, both with weary men and several wounded. King Hittite fled to the north of his realm, while Ramesses withdrew to Egypt. Although there was a draw at the end of the fight, both leaders declared themselves the winners. A peace treaty between Egypt and the Hittite Empire was eventually reached after several more years of fighting and warfare. Being the world's first peace treaty, it was an extraordinary occasion. The Assyrian Empire's increasing danger served as another driving force for the peace agreement. They posed a threat to the Hittites and Egyptians and were getting stronger. The Egyptian and Hittite empires agreed in the peace pact to defend one another from outside dangers, which temporarily halted the Assyrian expansion. Ramesses II was wiser and more wary as a result of nearly losing. He kept the alliance with the Hittites throughout his rule. Although it may seem odd, there are disagreements on whether Ramesses II actually married 3 or 4 daughters. Additionally, the city's population and size increased under Ramesses II's rule. Egypt became more prosperous as a result of the construction of several temples and other structures. Ramesses II gained notoriety today because to his utilization in Hollywood films, where he is identified as the biblical Exodus pharaoh who imprisoned and enslaved the Hebrews in Egypt. More thorough research, however, identifies Thutmose III as the Exodus pharaoh. The second Ramses will have passed away at the age of 90, which was quite exceptional at the time. Egypt went through another era of instability following the death of Ramses. His offspring passed away suddenly, and the Egyptian throne was repeatedly vacated, a highly risky situation for a strong kingdom. Mernatha, the 12th son of Ramses II, took on the duty. When Mernatha took the throne, he was already more than 60 years old. The vast number of cities and regions was too much for him to handle. Since they claimed to be the conduit between the gods and the populace, the priests of the Temple of Amun gained even greater political clout as the government collapsed. Egypt's prosperity attracted other avaricious countries, which made things even more complicated. Pirates from the western Anatolian Greek islands launched an attack on Egypt. The Sea Peoples were the name given to these pirates. These were not your typical pirates, the Sea Peoples. The great Bronze Age empire's governments and economies were undermined by the ruthlessness and regularity of their invasions. Nearly the whole Minoan and Mycenaean kingdom was destroyed by them. Additionally, they destroyed the Hittite Empire, which was already in ruins due to several internal conflicts. It is unclear to us if the Sea Peoples were a confederation of tribes or a single tribe that banded together to attack and plunder the Near East. On land, however, there were many experienced sailors and fighters. The Aegean Islands and the coastal regions of Greece and Turkey were ravaged by earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural calamities, which likely served as the impetus for the invasions of the Sea Peoples. The Minoan civilization on the island of Crete declined as a result of these environmental calamities, which also caused instability in many of the major kingdoms. In the Battle of the Delta, Pharaoh Menenta was able to halt the Sea Peoples' onslaught. However, the Sea Peoples were driven out of Egypt by Pharaoh Ramses III a few years later. Palestine was still dominated and devastated by the Sea Peoples. These invasions had such a profound effect that the Sea Peoples are blamed for the Bronze Age's demise. Lastly, Ramses III adopted the Egyptian practice of converting adversaries into allies. With the Libyans and the Nubians, he made deals. Egypt began using the Sea Peoples as mercenaries. Despite being a powerful pharaoh, Ramses III had a troubled reign. One of his wives, who desired his son to be the heir apparent, orchestrated a coup that resulted in his assassination at the age of 65. Egypt has run out of money. The fight against the pirate invaders drained its finances. Food was rationed for the populace because of the dire circumstances. The first labor strike in history took place during this time. Workers from different regions refused to work for the pharaoh when they were not given their grain. Hunger, brutality, and corruption are hallmarks of Egypt's dizzying descent. For over 20 years, the empire was in ruins. Egypt was split up into many dynasties once more. To control territory, ambitious leaders engaged in little conflicts with one another. The third intermediate period is the phase that Egypt enters. Chaos ruled throughout this time. Lebanese-born pharaohs reigned over a portion of Egypt, while Nubian-born pharaohs ruled over another. The Temple of Amun's crafty priests exploited the circumstance to seize control of Thebes and other neighboring areas. The collapse of the Hittite Empire and the waning of the Egyptians were also used by the Assyrians. In order to maintain population control, they invaded Egypt and installed Assyrian kings in the cities they had taken. Although the once proud Egyptian empire was subjugated and rendered powerless under the control of foreign powers, its history would not end there. Throughout its history, Egypt experienced both periods of glory and power, as well as hardships brought on by the terrible droughts that caused hunger and suffering. Many great countries were also drawn to Egypt because of its richness. The Egyptian regions were the target of several enemy invasion attempts. The Persians, led by King Cambyses II, attacked Egypt in May. Nothing seemed to satiate the Persians' desire for new lands, as they had previously vanquished the Babylonian Empire. Alexander the Great, a youthful and aspirational conqueror, ended the Persian rule over Egypt in March. Alexander appeared to be invincible. Despite terrible circumstances for his army, he won wars and took control of city after city. He ruled over various Persian lands, and following a decisive victory against King Darius III, invaded Tyre in Phoenicia. Following a protracted siege, the city was overrun. As retribution for refusing to surrender, Alexander demolished it. Egypt was the destination for Alexander and his troops. It was wise for the Persian monarch in charge of Egypt to give up with little opposition. The Egyptian populace welcomed Alexander as a liberator. He received several valuables after being declared the son of the deity Ammon. Alexander was briefly in Egypt. However, he established Alexandria, one of the most significant cities in antiquity, while he was there. In the millennium that followed, it would be the capital of Egypt. Alexander traveled toward Mesopotamia to assault the Persian Empire's center after securing Egypt's sovereignty. The Macedonian general Ptolemy I took control of the Egyptian kingdom following the death of Alexander the Great. He established the Ptolemaic dynasty and proclaimed himself king of Egypt. Much of Egyptian society was impacted by the Greek culture that the Macedonians brought with them, although this was a natural occurrence. The Macedonian kings honored and promoted Egypt's ancient traditions. Pharaohs of Macedonian descent were portrayed as Egyptians over time. Greek and Egyptian gods were combined, and Greek-Egyptian marriages became frequent. The god who was given the name Ammon Zeus serves as one illustration. The Egyptian military hardware was nearly entirely Greek in design. Even military galleys and commercial vessels started to be constructed in the more sophisticated and durable Greek design. To honor the founder of the Ptolemaic dynasty, all of the male pharaohs throughout this era of Egyptian history adopted the name Ptolemy. Egypt prospered once again as a result of the Ptolemaics' establishment of a vast maritime commerce route. The renowned Alexandria Library, which had thousands of epiwiruses and clay tablets with the most varied registers and studies in the fields of mathematics, philosophy, and architecture, was also constructed during the Ptolemaic era. With Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic kingdom began to fall. He was a despised monarch who was ruthless, easily corruptible, and indolent in political matters. His mother, father, and brother were among the family members he had murdered. Egypt was thrown into political anarchy with the collapse of the Ptolemaic kingdom. A large number of Ptolemaic pharaohs were brutal despots. Family mergers were not uncommon. A fresh menace from the Mediterranean Sea was attempting to reach the realm of the pharaohs as Egypt was going through yet another difficult time. Rome desired to increase the size of its sphere of influence, which it had already achieved by conquering large portions of the European continent. Due to Rome's heavy reliance on Egyptian grain exports, the Roman Senate made the decision to step in and influence the Egyptian political situation. Rome's legions would run out of food if there was another civil war. This name was not originally used by the well-known Cleopatra. As a direct descendant of Ptolemy I, she belonged to the Ptolemaic dynasty. She had her early education in many cultural religious cults and studied under Greek tutors. Cleopatra reportedly spoke 8 different languages. At age 18, Cleopatra became the throne. She appears to have handled the kingdom's issues by herself, even though she shared authority with her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII. She experienced severe issues at the start of her rule. Egypt was experiencing yet another drought and famine. Over time, Cleopatra's younger brother started to argue with his sister. His early instructors and other lords who favored a male monarch backed him. Ptolemy XIII and Cleopatra never had a strong relationship and never consummated their union, hence their marriage was only symbolic. After a while, Ptolemy XIII ousted Cleopatra and took over as ruler alone. Naturally, Rome was keeping a close eye on the uprising because it feared that Egypt might experience another civil war. Julius Caesar and his army arrive in Egypt in 488 BC, where they stay in the Palace of Alexandria. Knowing how well known the Roman general was, Cleopatra wasted no time in trying to form an alliance with him. In her discussions with Julius Caesar, Cleopatra prevailed. The two fell in love and became comrades. The Egyptian lathe had to be retrieved, and the usurper brother had to be overthrown. Following a series of clashes between the Romans and Ptolemy, the 13th's troops, Caesar summoned troops to besiege Alexandria. Ultimately, a major battle took place on the west bank of the Nile River, with Julius Caesar's troops outnumbered by Ptolemy the 13th's roughly 20,000 men. Caesar, however, moved on with his army, which was reinforced by Greeks. The boats moved along the Nile River while both armies advanced on land. Both land and sea were used in the conflict. Caesar and Ptolemy cruised on their boats, keeping tabs on the troops' movements. The land fight was ruthless. The Romans were forced to flee by Ptolemy's army because they were on higher ground. Numerous Roman troops ran away and swam in the direction of the boat. Caesar's galley overturned under the weight of the troops who boarded it during the chaos. In order to survive, Julius Caesar had to swim to the riverside. The Greeks came to Caesar's aid at the height of this chaos. With the Greek allies' assistance, the Romans were able to reorganize their forces and launch a counteroffensive. They overran Ptolemy's forces in the Egyptian camp. Ptolemy's soldiers retreated to the Egyptian boats as a result of this turnabout. Additionally, Ptolemy's boat overturned. Caesar was luckier than Ptolemy. His heavy armor pulled him to the bottom of the Nile, where he perished. Cleopatra reclaimed the throne following the fight. The majority of the conspirators were either detained or put to death. Julius Caesar was assassinated in the Roman Senate in 44 BC. Cleopatra looked to General Mark Antony for a fresh partnership. Since Mark Antony was already married to a Roman, Rome never recognized the marriage between him and Cleopatra, even though it took place in Egypt. Cleopatra was presented with enormous Roman lands by Mark Antony. He made it clear in his will that he wanted to be buried in Alexandria. In defiance, the Roman Senate authorized General Octavian to wage war against Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Cleopatra joined Mark Antony's troops to confront the crisis. It was the biggest fleet of ships in history. The Roman navy caught them while they were sailing into Greece. For Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the sea conflict proved catastrophic. The Romans annihilated their naval force. Fortunately, both made it out alive. Mark Antony and Cleopatra's goals and aspirations were destroyed when Octavian stormed Alexandria a year later and easily overcame the city's fortifications. Cleopatra was a lady of great power. Throughout her life, she prevented Rome from engulfing Egypt and was able to preserve it together. Even now, people are still inspired by Cleopatra's extraordinary life and character. We have a mini-series on our channel that chronicles this remarkable woman's amazing journey in great detail. Check out the vids. Pharaonic Egypt lost its independence and became a Roman colony after millennia of existence, renowned conflicts, and political intrigues. The ancient Egyptians left behind a heritage that is immensely significant to human history. Naturally, Egypt will always be recognized as the birthplace of one of the greatest civilizations in history. The well-known Egyptian deity with a jackal head is called Anubis. He is a god associated with funeral customs and the afterlife. Among the earliest Egyptian gods is this one, Over the ages, his role has evolved. For a while, Anubis was the primary god associated with death and the underworld, but Osiris eventually replaced him in this capacity. Additionally, the jackal god was revered as the god of mummification and embalming. A priest would frequently don a jackal mask during the mummification procedure as part of funeral rites. The god was also revered as the guardian of graves and tombs, guarding the remains of people who had passed into the underworld. Anubis is the son of the goddess Nephthys, who was Set's wife. However, Nephthys disguised herself as the goddess Isis in order to join with Osiris, hence her son was not born from their marriage. Set planned to assassinate Osiris and disperse the remains of his body over Egypt in response to this adultery. Anubis assisted the goddess at the god's funeral rite when Isis gathered all the pieces and he turned Osiris's body into the first mummy. Anubis evolved into the god who led the spirits of the dead to the underworld, where they would be tried by a court that Anubis presided over. A feather of truth would be placed on one side of the scales of Osiris, while the deity would lay the deceased's heart on the other. It was a sign that the organ was full of evil if the heart weighed more than the feather. The demon known as a heart-eater, Ammit received it. Anubis would guide the dead to Osiris in order to enter the afterlife if the feather was heavier than the light heart of the soul of the righteous and virtuous. The deity Anubis was connected to Hermes during the time when the Greeks ruled over Egypt. In Greek mythology, the god who guided souls to the underworld is also known as Hermes. During the time of Roman domination, a god known as Hermanubis gained popularity as a result of this relationship. One of the most well-liked gods in Egyptian mythology is Anubis. He is the deity in charge of guiding souls to the next life. A well-known Egyptian deity with a crocodile head is Sobek. He is regarded as a god of the Nile, a significant river that irrigates Egypt's land. The deity has been revered for almost 4,000 years and is among the earliest Egyptian deities. Because they thought the crocodile god could shield them from harmful spells, the pharaohs held this deity in high regard. In Egypt, crocodiles are a frequent animal. The largest and most deadly of these reptiles is the species Crocodilus niloticus, commonly referred to as the Nile crocodile. But despite his strength, Sobek was a kind deity. Thus, the deity of the ancient Egyptians was benevolent. In order to soothe the aquatic creatures, the ancient Egyptians prayed to the deity. According to certain stories, Sobek is responsible for the Nile's rising. The crocodile god's perspiration would have produced the river. Sobek was regarded as a fertility deity due to his strong association with the holy river. These surrounding regions were particularly productive since the entire floodplain was fertilized by the flood cycles of the Nile. Though largely in Fayum and Kom Ombo, Sobek was revered across ancient Egypt. Because there were so many crocodiles in those places, the Sobek religion was quite prevalent. One of these crocodiles may be mummified when it passed away. There were many mummies of these animals at the temple of Crocodilopolis. The mummies of pharaohs and other nobles might also be interred alongside a mummified crocodile. The Egyptians thought that they were protected even after they died by crocodile mummies. Prior to this, the city of Kamambo worshipped Sobek's brother, the deity Horus. However, during a battle, the crocodile god drove Horus out and took control of the area on his own. However, once Horus left, the area was beset by several horrors. After Sobek and Horus made amends, They began to care for the area and join in the worship of mankind at the Ka-Mambo Temple. Numerous mummified crocodiles may be seen in the temple's museum, which is open to the public today. There were sizable ponds in several locations in Egypt where crocodiles were raised and domesticated. As the manifestation of Sobek, these creatures were held in high regard. Because some of these were almost submissive, the Egyptians were able to decorate them with decorations and jewels. They felt more connected to the crocodile god Sobek in this way. The Egyptian mythological cat deity is called Bastet. She is shown as a creature with a cat's head and a woman's body. The Egyptians revered cats and regarded them as sacred animals. In ancient Egypt, cats were valued for their ability to ward off deadly venomous snakes and safeguard people's food from rat infestations. The goddess Bastet is associated with the sun. Thus, throughout the day, the goddess rode aboard Ra's solar boat as he traveled across the sky. The goddess defended the universe from the horrible snake Apophis during the night by assuming the shape of a full cat. Egypt as a whole adored the goddess. It was a horrible blasphemy to hurt any cat. Such assault might result in the death penalty for the offender. Cats were regarded as part of the family. Some stories claim that cats would enter a burning house to aid the occupants in escaping. These cats occasionally appeared to perish in the fire, but they would resurrect because of the goddess Bastet, confirming the well-known proverb, "The cat has 9 lives." Cats were mummified as holy creatures. These mummies have their own cemetery in Egypt. In certain interpretations, the goddess Bastet is associated with the lioness goddess Sekhmet. Once ferocious and murderous, the latter was subdued and turned into a submissive cat goddess who drank milk. Bastet and Sekhmet are sisters and daughters of Ra in various stories. Cats still despise men in the hopes of regaining recognition for their divinity, even after the Egyptian god religion ended. One of the most well-known deities in Egyptian mythology was Set. He was the brother of Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys, and the son of the sky and soil gods Geb and Nut. Set was shown as a man with an animal head, like the majority of Egyptian gods. However, it is still up for question whose animal this was. There is disagreement about whether he was an aardvark, an animal resembling an anteater, or a hybrid beast, a cross between a pig and a donkey. The deity was seen as a cunning figure who symbolized wrath and ruin, while his brother Osiris was revered as the fertility deity. Set ruled over the deserts and sterile regions. According to certain stories, the deity Set, who was married to Nephthys, would not have had any children, since he was the god of sterility. Set planned to deprive his brother of his kingship because he was so envious of him. The god of destruction took his brother's kingdom and killed him. But the falcon god Horus was a descendant of Osiris. The latter aimed to grab the kingdom from the usurper and exact revenge for the death of his father. One of the most well-known tales in Egyptian mythology is the conflict between Horus and Set. The gods engaged in a protracted battle with Horus coming out on top. The gods understood that Set had immense power that should not be squandered. In order to shield Ra, the sun god, from the dreadful snake, Apophis Set was to travel with him. Set was ready to protect the planet from the never-ending night when Apophis appeared to assault Ra's boat. In contrast to Horus, who was worshipped in Lower Egypt, Set was regarded by some researchers as one of the primary gods of Upper Egypt during the early stages of the development of Egyptian civilization. However, Set, who was connected to the northern Semitic invaders, lost a lot of his status once Egypt was united. The triumph of the forces that stand for order over the forces of chaos and devastation was symbolized by the victory of Horus's followers over the Hyksos who worshipped Set. Crop damage, starvation and thirst, intense heat, and severe droughts were all attributed to Set. It was believed that the day Set was born was unlucky, and that one should avoid starting any new endeavors. Despite his loss and rejection, Set's immense power and impact inside ancient Egyptian religion cannot be denied. The most significant goddess in Egyptian mythology is Isis. She was the epitome of the devoted mother and wife. The goddess who was wedded to Osiris was the daughter of Geb and Nut. Her religion gained popularity outside of Egypt and became quite powerful in the Greco-Roman world. She was occasionally equated with the Greek goddess Hera and the Roman goddess Juno because she was known for being a devoted wife. Through her mastery of magic, the goddess was able to trick the god Ra and get the secrets of the rules of life and death from the sun deity. She was the most powerful of the goddesses according to certain stories. Isis traversed Egypt in pursuit of Osiris's body following Seth's death of her husband. Some tales claim that the goddess's sorrow for losing her spouse created the floods of the Nile. She discovered the body of Osiris, brought him back to life, and became one with him, creating the deity Horus. After Osiris departed to rule in the underworld, the goddess chose to focus all of her energy on defending her son, Horus. Isis was in charge of using magic to restore Horus's eye, which had been destroyed in combat with Set. The deceased's souls were returned to the underworld with the blessings of the Egyptian goddess, who was the guardian of the dead. The goddess was worshipped in Egypt, where several temples were built in her honor. Profiting from the goddess's fame, Cleopatra, the ruler of Egypt, declared herself the new Isis. However, it turned out that Cleopatra did not get much cooperation from the goddess Isis. In addition to losing her crown, Cleopatra also put an end to the Ptolemaic dynasty's control over Egypt. All mythology enthusiasts continue to find inspiration and respect in the goddess Isis, even in the face of the decrease in the religion of the Egyptian gods. In Egyptian mythology, the deity of knowledge is called Thoth. With the head of an ibis, a pelican, the deity is shown as an anthropomorphic creature. But he was also shown as a baboon, which is another animal that has been dedicated to the god. The goddess Hathor is the mother of Thoth. She had intercourse with Osiris while posing as the goddess Isis. Thoth was born out of this coupling, while some stories claim that he is Set's son. The creation of writing was credited to Thoth. He was the one who taught the Egyptians how to use hieroglyphics to create the most varied records. God was also in charge of creating laws and imparting accounting knowledge to humanity. Scribes are protected by the deity Thoth. In ancient Egypt, Thoth was so highly regarded that he was regarded as the patron of several sciences, including astronomy, medicine, magic, and wisdom. Though regarded as a kind, fair, and accommodative deity, Thoth was unyielding in the face of truth's adversaries. The goddess of truth and justice, Mayat, was a consort of the deity. Seshat, a daughter and goddess of knowledge, was born out of this union. Seshat is Thoth's wife in various versions. Thoth was frequently shown with a disk on his head. He is a moon deity, as this disk is a representation of the moon. The goddess was associated with time since the ancient Egyptians utilized the moon's cycles to measure time, and he was in charge of making the Egyptian calendars. During the Greek occupation of Egypt, Kemenu, also called Hermopolis, was the principal city for worshiping the god of knowledge. The greatest and biggest library in ancient Egypt was located in this city. The path of individuals who seek knowledge and truth is still illuminated by the millennial Egyptian deity of wisdom. The scorpion, one of the most dreaded creatures in ancient Egypt, has several metaphorical meanings in this ancient society. It is therefore not surprising that this species has a close relationship with a deity. This deity is called Serket, one of the first deities in Egypt. She was portrayed as a cross between a scorpion and a lady. Serket is a god connected to magic, poison, and healing. In order to implore Serket to keep them safe from snake and scorpion assaults, the Egyptians prayed and made sacrifices. However, the goddess might punish sinners by sending her poisonous monsters to attack them, in addition to serving as a guardian. Serket was responsible for guiding the departed pharaoh's spirits to the underworld and providing them with sanctuary. She would also give the pharaoh's new mortal bodies vitality at their rebirth. The living world was likewise under her protection. Serket was called in to safeguard employees, particularly those in risk, including medical professionals handling poisons and toxins, or personnel caring for hazardous animals. She was strongly associated with medicine because of her link with poisons and her capacity to treat anyone wounded by snakes or scorpions. Amulets made of Serket were often used to ward off deadly stings and bites. She was frequently used in incantations and rituals to prevent or heal poisoning. Noble sarcophagi and mummification rooms frequently had Serket paintings. Even though she isn't as well known as other Egyptian gods, like Isis or Osiris, her significance and presence in ancient Egypt are obvious. Serket had a crucial role in protecting both the living and the dead in his capacity as guardian and protector. One of the most venerated gods in the Egyptian pantheon is Osiris. He is the epitome of morality, civilization, and order. He is a deity who became the king of the afterlife after defeating death. The history of this well-known deity and his captivating tale are covered in today's film. Most people believe that Osiris is the son of the earthly deity Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Osiris has a very prominent and powerful place in the divine hierarchy because of this lineage. Isis, Set, and Nephthys are his siblings. Osiris has been linked to law, justice, and kindness since the beginning of time. The Egyptian concept that conflicting energies must be balanced is reflected in the dualism between Osiris and Set. It was believed that Osiris maintained peace and stability in the cosmos. Before he became the god of the underworld, he was a wise and pious monarch who governed Egypt according to popular belief. The foundation of Egyptian civilization and culture was laid by the gods who taught the Egyptians about agriculture laws and deity worship. These ideas were essential to Egypt's development into a sophisticated and well-organized society from a nomadic and disorderly one. Despite being siblings, Osiris and Isis married a typical practice among gods from various mythology that represents the joining of opposing powers. Deep love, support for one another, and unwavering commitment made their marriage an excellent example. Beyond the realm of mythology, Osiris and Isis have a deeper bond. They are frequently viewed as symbols of fidelity in marriage, unending love, and rejuvenation, and they are assumed to have a strong religious and spiritual component. These qualities were particularly highlighted by the religion of Isis, which made her one of the most revered deities in ancient Egypt. One of the most important and potent tales in Egyptian mythology is that of Osiris's death and resurrection, which embodies themes of betrayal, retaliation, love, and the never-ending conflict between chaos and order. Set was deeply envious of Osiris's standing and authority as Egypt's monarch. Driven by ambition and envy, Set devised a plan to exterminate Osiris. He prepared a feast and offered a lovely coffin, promising to give it to the person who would suit in the best. Set and his accomplices quickly sealed the casket and disposed of the sarcophagus in the Nile River as Osiris entered it without suspicion. Sad and resolute, Osiris's sister Isis and her husband set off on a protracted quest to locate her husband's body. After traveling throughout Egypt on her quest, she finally located him. When Set learned that Osiris's body had been found, he became furious and ripped it apart, scattering its pieces over Egypt. Isis set off on a new adventure with her sister Nephthys, this time to gather the pieces of Osiris's body. They succeeded in assembling and embalming the body in collaboration with the mummification deity Anubis, resulting in the creation of the first mummy. Isis was able to momentarily bring Osiris back to life with the use of magic and spells. Horus, the son of Osiris, and Isis was conceived during this brief time. Osiris was returned to the underworld after conception, where he assumed the position of king and supreme judge, and was instrumental in soul judgment. Osiris represented hope for the afterlife when he rose from the dead, promising those who were judged deserving perpetual rebirth and restoration. In addition to playing a crucial part in Osiris's resurrection, Isis also raised her son, Horus, in secret to protect him from Set's anger. She is frequently portrayed as the perfect mother and guardian, serving as an example for Egyptian moms and queens. Osiris was in charge of maintaining peace and order in the underworld in his capacity as Duat's ruler. He was regarded as a kind monarch who protected devout people and made sure they may partake in the joys of the Yaru or reed field. He ruled over an underworld that was like the living world, with rivers to cross and farms to cultivate. However, the person's soul was tested in the Hall of Maat before to receiving this gift, with the help of 42 heavenly judges who stood in for the 42 nomos, or provinces of Egypt. Osiris presided over the trial. The deceased person's heart had to be weighed on the scales of Maat against the punishment of justice and truth, and they had to affirm their innocence from a number of misdeeds. The soul would be considered virtuous and eligible to join Aru, the Egyptian heaven, if the heart were light. Otherwise, the heart was thrown to the dark beast Ammit, who would eat it. The Osiris tales had a significant impact on mummification, a vital component of Egyptian burial rites. In the hopes that the departed may be revived and relive the afterlife, the mummification procedure was viewed as a replication of Osiris's state. Osiris appears often in Egyptian burial rites and writings such as the Book of the Dead. They include incantations and formulae designed to assist the deceased in overcoming challenges and entering Osiris's presence. As the deity of the afterlife, Osiris had a significant influence on ancient Egyptian culture and worldview. In addition to religious rituals, Egyptian ideas of justice, morality, and eternity were profoundly influenced by his function as judge and guardian of the deceased. In artistic portrayals, Osiris is frequently shown as a mummy, signifying his death and resurrection, with green or black skin, signifying fertility and regeneration, and the staff and the scourge denoting royal authority. Egypt's agricultural cycle, particularly the yearly floods of the Nile, which provide the country fertility and life, is closely linked to Osiris's death and resurrection. This natural cycle of death and rebirth strengthened the notion that Osiris was capable of regeneration. Originating in pre-dynastic Egypt, Osiris worship gained prominence throughout the ancient empire and continued to be significant until the Greco-Roman era. Throughout Egypt, Osiris was revered, and large temples were erected in his honor at cult sites like Abydos and Busiris. There were several rites and customs associated with Osiris's religion. In order to honor him and seek his blessings and protection in the afterlife, the rituals featured music prayers and sacrifices. One of the most significant religious festivals honoring Osiris was the Koyuk festival. This feast, which was celebrated every year at Abydos, honored Osiris's death and resurrection. The festival's dramatic processions and ceremonies recreated Isis's quest for Osiris's body, her grief, and the god's eventual resurrection. These festivities expressed the belief in everlasting life and cyclical regeneration, in addition to being acts of worship. The Egyptian conception of governance and royalty was largely shaped by the link between Osiris and the monarchy. It was believed that Osiris was the model pharaoh. The pharaohs aspired to Osiris's attributes, such as wisdom, justice, and the capacity to uphold harmony and order. As a result of this relationship between the deity and monarchy, the legitimacy of the pharaoh was contingent upon his association with Osiris. The pharaoh was believed to be Osiris's stand-in on earth, reigning with divine power, just as Osiris governed Egypt on earth, and later in the underworld. This was emphasized in religious rites and coronation celebrations, when the pharaoh was often seen presenting sacrifices to Osiris or receiving his blessing. The pharaohs were intimately associated with Osiris after they died. This idea was so prevalent that the deceased pharaoh was said to be changed into the deity Osiris himself through burial procedures and mummification rites. The pharaoh was reincarnated as Osiris in the underworld, and his tomb was considered to be his Osirian, a sacred location. In an effort to provide the deceased pharaoh the same resurrection and endless life that Osiris had attained, the magical formulae and phrases etched on the sarcophagi and pyramid walls frequently invoked Osiris. The idea of dynastic continuity was also influenced by the Osiris myth. The pharaoh was frequently viewed as an earthly representation of Horus, carrying on the divine lineage, just as Osiris was succeeded by his son Horus. The continuity and stability of the Egyptian state were exemplified by this cycle of succession, from the dead pharaoh Osiris to the current pharaoh Horus. From his heavenly origins to his pivotal function as the god of the afterlife, Osiris stood for a variety of ideals and ideologies that were ingrained in Egyptian culture. The deity made his imprint by influencing the political, social, and spiritual aspects of ancient Egypt. Because of this, he was more than simply another legendary character. Rather, he was a pillar that upheld and illuminated the ancient Egyptian civilization. Hapi is one of the earliest gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Hapi was frequently shown as a man with drooping belly and dangling breasts, frequently with green or blue skin, in contrast to many Egyptian gods and goddesses who had unique human shapes or are zoomorphic depictions. These characteristics highlight his connection to plenty and fertility. Additionally, it is common to see him carrying water plants and gifts or symbols of fortune. Hapi was revered in all Egyptian faiths, and because of his importance, he was frequently worshipped above the sun deity Ra. He was called the father of the gods as well. Additionally, while being portrayed as a masculine divinity, he possessed a remarkable capacity for nursing. In ancient Egypt, the yearly flood of the Nile was considered a very significant occurrence. Fertile and mineral-rich sediments were transported with it, revitalizing the farmland and guaranteeing bountiful crops. As the embodiment of this harmless deluge, Hapi was held in high regard. To show their appreciation for the waters and the fertility they provided, the Egyptians celebrated him with festivals. These festivities also helped to placate Hapi and guarantee that he would keep providing Egypt with favorable floods. Additionally, Hapi was important in bringing Upper and Lower Egypt together. Hapi, the unifier of the two kingdoms, was a common description of him. His representations of him tying the papyrus and the lotus, which stand for Upper and Lower Egypt, demonstrate this. For the ancient Egyptians, the Nile was the source of life, and Hapi, the deity of the Nile flood, rose to prominence as one of the most important and adored gods. By honoring Hapi, the Egyptians expressed their appreciation, their desire for wealth, and their innate awareness of how essential the Nile waters were to the upkeep of their great society. In Egyptian mythology, Hathor is the goddess of beauty and fertility. One of the most significant Egyptian goddesses, she is the daughter of the sun deity Ra. In Egyptian art, the goddess is shown in peculiar ways. In addition to being a crowned queen with horns and a sun disk between them, she is frequently shown as a holy cow. Hathor was considered as Horus's consort in various accounts. Since the goddess was revered throughout the majority of Egypt, her functions as a divinity varied widely. As previously mentioned, Hathor was regarded as the fertility goddess. The Egyptians thought that the pharaoh's divine character was increased since the goddess nourished them when they were born. Pharaohs were hence frequently referred to as Hathor's children. According to some accounts, at the beginning of the world, the two sons of the supreme god vanished. Ra's right eye, Hathor was tasked with locating them. The god saw that the god had grown a new right eye when she brought the god's children back. Men came out of the tears shed by the resentful goddess. She was also referred to as the Universal Mother for this reason. The goddess was called upon because of her maternal function to facilitate childbirth. In addition to her role in childbirth, the goddess was linked to death. Those who had recently entered the underworld would be greeted by Hathor, who would also provide them food and beverages. Since the papyrus plant was a favorite diet of the cows grazing on the banks of the Nile, it was tied to the cow image and dedicated to the goddess. The most significant temple dedicated to the goddess was the Dendera Temple. Hathor was also a goddess associated with healing. Therefore, those who were ill sought treatment there. The goddess was regarded as the goddess of pleasure and beauty, since she was also known as the Beautiful One. There were many joyful dances during the celebrations held in her honor. Hathor was considered the goddess of dancing because of her joy. As Isis devotion increased, Hathor's cult waned. The religion of the cow goddess extended much beyond the boundaries of Egypt, even in the later period. Imhotep was a magnificent ancient Egyptian figure who flourished as a visionary builder, distinguished surgeon, and knowledgeable royal counselor. She became the Egyptian goddess of beauty during the era of Greek and Roman rule over Egypt, and because of religious syncretism. Imhotep was born in Ankto, close to Memphis, and from an early age showed an insatiable curiosity and a bright intelligence. Imhotep's father, Conifer, was a well-known architect who recognized his son's exceptional aptitude at a young age and introduced him to the construction industry. Pharaoh Dozier was immediately impressed by Imhotep's brilliance and hired him as a royal counselor. Imhotep graciously agreed and quickly made a name for himself as a priest, doctor, and architect. His legacy began to take shape in the limestones of the Saqqara necropolis, where he defied convention by creating the Pyramid of Djoser, a magnificent building that jutted out against the horizon and had stairs and galleries. Stories of Imhotep's miraculous healings filled the temple hallways, and he was also well known for his medical prowess. His connection to the healing god Sekhmet gave his practices a celestial quality. People began to honor him as a creature endowed with divine insight in addition to his brilliance as an architect. There were many mysteries and superstitions in Imhotep's life. He reportedly possessed the talent of dream interpretation, which the pharaoh greatly valued. The Egyptian people benefited from his teachings in numerous fields, and his books on architecture and medicine were revered as sacred scriptures. Imhotep developed into a respected figure over time, and his deification was inevitable. The Egyptian government elevated Imhotep to the status of a god after his death, making him the god of medicine and knowledge. Future generations looked to him as an inspiration and a symbol, and temples were erected in his honor. Over the ages, Imhotep's name has been associated with wisdom, inventiveness, and spirituality. Those who seek the truth in researching and learning from the past are still motivated by his journey, which was full of obstacles, triumphs, and mysteries. During the Middle Kingdom, Anur, the Egyptian deity of hunting and combat, was mostly worshipped. He served as both the warrior's defender and the commander of the Egyptian army. He was frequently called upon by the pharaohs and their troops to defend and assist them in conflict. As the deity of hunting, Anur was also revered as a god of survival with the ability to provide food for the populace. The most well-known picture of him is of a man with a lion's head, which stands for courage and power. He was also occasionally shown as a muscular guy brandishing a spear. In addition, Anur was in charge of protecting his father, the sun deity Ra. Ra was shielded from the awful snake Apophis by Anur, who stood in front of his solar ship. This is how he earned the moniker Slayer of Enemies, which Set eventually adopted. Although the god of battle, Anur, wasn't always bloodthirsty, his job was to inspire creativity in others. Battles and valiant deeds were performed in honor of the lion deity at festivals dedicated to him. One of the most intriguing deities in ancient Egyptian mythology is Taweret. she is shown as a female figure with the head of a hippopotamus, the legs of a lion, human breasts, and the tail of a crocodile, some of the most deadly creatures found in Egyptian wildlife. In spite of this, women who were pregnant or wanted to become mothers frequently invoked Taweret, who was revered as a goddess of protection during delivery. Ancient Egyptians loved the goddess Taweret, who was frequently depicted in jewelry and amulets. Particularly during childbirth, her image was seen as a shield against disease and death. She was also regarded as a protector of the afterlife, assisting the dead in overcoming perils in the afterlife. Taweret was the wife of Set, the deity of disorder and violence according to ancient Egyptian tales. Although this connection might appear odd at first, the ancient Egyptians thought Taweret could control Set's anger and channel it toward helping people who needed protection. In addition to her protective role, Taweret was regarded as a water-related divinity. The animal atop her head, the hippopotamus, was frequently connected to Egypt's lakes and rivers. Waters were a place of mystery and power in Egyptian mythology, where spirits and gods may be found. Taweret was regarded as a goddess associated with the waterways, protecting travelers across the rivers and serving as a custodian of these secrets. Little is known about the beginnings of the goddess Taweret, despite the fact that she was a very significant character in ancient Egyptian mythology. According to some academics, she could have been a deity from the Nile Delta, where hippopotamuses were a common species. According to some, Taweret could have been brought in from somewhere else, such Libya or Nubia. Taweret is one of the most intriguing gods in Egyptian mythology, regardless of her precise origins, and her picture continues to be a lucky charm and a protective emblem. Horus is the sky deity in Egyptian mythology. He is a symbol of strength, defense, and rebirth. Horus plays a significant role in Egyptian mythology as the son of Osiris, the deity of the afterlife, and Isis, the goddess of magic. In order to represent his dominion over the skies, he is frequently portrayed as a man with a falcon's head. In addition to representing heavenly authority and monarchy, this crowned holy bird is essential to upholding justice and order in the cosmos. The story of Horus includes themes of governmental authority, justice, and retribution. The ancient Egyptians expressed their desire for continuity, order, and stability, all essential components of a thriving and stable society, by worshiping Horus. One of the most spectacular and well-known stories from ancient Egypt is the story of the god's birth. Osiris was assassinated by his ambitious and envious brother Set at the start of his ascent. Osiris's body was dismembered by Set, who then dispersed its pieces around Egypt. Isis collected the fragments of her husband's body in her unrelenting quest and used her magical abilities to momentarily bring him back to life. Horus was conceived by Isis during this brief time of rejuvenated life. In addition to being a deity, he was born as a representation of rebirth and hope for the Egyptian people. His entire being was seen as a victory over chaos and death, symbolized by Set, and as proof that justice and order might be restored. In an attempt to exact revenge for the murder of his father and bring about peace, Horus was created to battle Set. There was more to this conflict than just two gods facing off. It was the never-ending conflict between chaos and order, good and evil, and light and dark. Horus is a symbol of legitimacy, stability, and order because of his connections to the sun, the sky, and monarchy. Set, on the other hand, represents the unexpected and destructive, as well as the chaotic and erratic energies of the cosmos. Each god loses and wins at different points during the long and violent conflict between them in numerous versions of this tale. This story reflects the Egyptian perception that the equilibrium of the cosmos is a dynamic phenomena in which chaos and order are always at odds. The fact that Horus eventually recovers one of his lost eyes, symbolizing the idea of healing and rebirth after the battle, is among the most famous aspects of this fight. In ancient Egypt, the Eye of Horus was a potent sign of health and protection. When Set was presented with a lettuce that Horus had put his divine seed into, the battle came to an unexpected conclusion. As a result of this humiliation, Horus gained an advantage over Seth, who now harbored the germ of order. The celestial court gave Horus the authority that had previously belonged to his father after Horus's victory. As Horus's manifestations, the pharaohs were seen as Egypt's rightful rulers, tasked with upholding law and order against the forces of chaos. The creation of the unified Egyptian state, which unites Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt into a single political and cultural entity, is closely related to Horus. Although Horus has historically been associated with Upper Egypt, he frequently wears a twofold crown in his iconographic representation following unification. The white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt have merged. In addition to representing the political unity of both areas, the double crown also represents Horus's function as a unifier and defender of stability and order in Egypt. The legendary conflict between Horus and Set is frequently interpreted as a metaphor for unity. Here Set represents the forces of chaos and discord, whereas Horus represents the forces of legitimacy, order, and union. The final triumph of Horus over Set is seen as a metaphor for uniting the nation under a single ruler and overcoming internal conflicts. Furthermore, after unification, Horus gained even greater significance as the kingdom's pharaoh's guardian. It was common to depict the united Egyptian pharaohs as Horus in human form. This served to reaffirm that the pharaoh was the rightful ruler, and that, like Horus, he was supposed to maintain harmony and order across the country. In addition to being a political event, a pharaoh's rule as Horus's manifestation was also an act of upholding cosmic order. Throughout Egypt, Horus was held in high regard, and his religion is among the oldest in the religious history of ancient Egypt. Horus worship was profoundly embedded in Egyptian culture and religion, and was present in all facets of Egyptian society, including daily living and the political arena. In addition to being places of worship, the temples dedicated to Horus were significant in the political and economic life of the community. Massive pillars, wide courtyards, and revered shrines were all features of these temples' exquisite construction. Reliefs and intricate engravings that depicted ordinary situations, devotional practices, and mythology connected to Horus adorned the walls. Numerous festivals and ceremonies were part of Horus's religion. The celebration of Horus's victory over Set, which represented the triumph of order over chaos, was one of the most significant. During these celebrations, worshippers gave sacrifices and prayed while Horus sculptures were carried in processions. Along with daily offerings, singing, and prayers, there were other rites for purification and rejuvenation. Horus also had a part in the day-to-day activities of the Egyptians. He served as protection from harm, a healer of ailments, particularly in youngsters, and a protector at life transitions like death. The significance and intricacy of Horus in the Egyptian pantheon are conveyed via artistic depictions of the god. From magnificent sculptures and reliefs in temples to delicate paintings in tombs and commonplace items, Horus imagery may be found in a variety of settings. Horus is usually shown in the sculptures in an authoritative and majestic stance. As a symbol of protection and divine strength, statues of Horus as a falcon or as a man with a falcon's head were widely used and often seen in temples. These sculptures come in a variety of sizes, from massive stone monuments to tiny metal miniatures. Wall reliefs at temples devoted to Horus, particularly in Edfu, show mythical episodes of Horus, including his battle with Set, his connection to the pharaoh, and his function in upholding cosmic order. In symbolic storytelling, these embossments are rich in detail. In the tombs, Horus was frequently shown as a guardian of the deceased. He is seen protecting the dead from malevolent spirits or guiding them to the afterlife. The belief in intercession and Horus's guardianship in the afterlife are emphasized by these pictures. A variety of artifacts, including jewelry, amulets, and commonplace items, also featured the god. Amulets and paintings often featured the Eye of Horus, a representation of protection, health, and healing. Horus, one of the most recognizable gods in Egyptian mythology, is significant to ancient Egyptian religion and society. His works of art, which range from delicate paintings and tombs to imposing sculptures and temples, perfectly capture the awe and significance that have been bestowed upon him over the ages. In Egyptian mythology, Apophis, often called Apep, is a gigantic snake. This enormous snake opposes Ra, the sun deity, and is a force for chaos. The snake is a symbol of chaos and evil. The solar deity traveled through the Egyptian underworld at night, and Apophis concealed there in an attempt to ambush him. He dwelt in the Duat. As it moved through the depths, the enormous snake had the power to trigger earthquakes. Apophis would always assault Ra when he was ready to finish his underworld adventure. The destruction of Ra's sunboat and the ensuing darkness were Apep's greatest desires. Apophis occasionally succeeded in swallowing Ra's boat, but he was unable to hold it in his stomach. It was during this time, when Apep devoured the sun, that solar eclipses began. Other gods began to support Ra as he fought the enormous snake every day. In his boat, the god Set stood next to the sun deity. He took his place at the bow, prepared for the inevitable assault of the snake. Apophis was injured by Seth's spear when the beast came out to attack them. The sky turned red once Apophis was hurt. Ra also received assistance from the cat-headed deity Fastet. It is well known that cats can hunt and frighten away serpents. The ancient Egyptians disapproved of Apophis because of his evil character, and no temple was built in his honor. However, there are rumors that the monster was worshipped by various groups. They were viewed as corrupt and immoral individuals. Ra's victory against Apophis was prayed for and ritualized by the Egyptians, who believed that the sun god had triumphed once more at the dawn of a new day. The techniques and ceremonies required to fight Apep were documented in a priestly book. There was an annual ritual to drive out turmoil. During it, a picture of Apophis was set on fire, and the devout prayed for Ra to have another successful year. The conflict between Ra and Apophis would never end according to some accounts, while others believe that Ra vanquished Apophis and imprisoned the snake, preserving the cosmic order. In Egyptian mythology, the goddess of retribution is called Sekhmet. A lady with a lioness head is how she is portrayed. Sekhmet means the powerful one in this context. She was the daughter of the solar deity Ra, according to certain stories. She is hence also known as a sun goddess. Sekhmet was tasked by Ra to punish men who disobeyed the god's commands. After descending from heaven to earth, the lioness goddess started to get revenge on men. For anyone who disobeyed Ra, the goddess was merciless. Sekhmet ate Ra's foes and spread horrible illnesses, but the deity enjoyed shedding blood. Sekhmet started to channel the goddess's wrath upon the defenseless because of her intense bloodlust. When Ra saw that his daughter was out of control, he started to worry. He came up with a scheme to lessen her need for blood. Ra presented the lioness goddess with wine. Because of the hue, she assumed it was blood, and she enjoyed the wine. The sun god returned the goddess to heaven when the drink soothed her. In addition, Sekhmet was revered as a goddess of war and Egypt's protector. Sekhmet was seen by Egyptian soldiers as fighting with them against Egypt's adversaries. The priests who accompanied the troops performed rituals to express gratitude to the lioness goddess for her protection during violent conflicts. These rituals also accused the goddess and demonstrated the need for less violence. Sekhmet was regarded as the pharaoh's guardian as well, up until the day of his death, when she accompanied him to the otherworld's entrance. She was at the ruler's side constantly. The Egyptians thought that a scorching breeze was the breath of the lioness goddess. She was able to halt any illness and manufacture disease to punish her foes. The Egyptians therefore pleaded with Sekhmet to heal them. Because of this, the goddess was also known as the Lady of Life. The goddess was worshipped in the city of Memphis. The goddess was honored with a grand festival on the final day of the year. In an attempt to appease Sekhmet and evade the fury of the formidable goddess of retribution, this festival was accompanied by copious amounts of wine. According to Egyptian mythology, Ra is the sun god. Typically, this god is portrayed as a creature with a falcon's head and a man's body. Over his head is the sun disk. He had once been the greatest of all the gods, but as he became older and more frail, he chose to give up his position and ascend to the heavens. One of the most venerated characters in Egyptian mythology is this god. One of his responsibilities as the sun god was to chase the darkness away, and the god lit up the entire planet as he traveled over the heavens in his sun boat to complete his task. However, when dusk approached, he and his ship dove into the ocean in search of the underworld. In order to get there, he would need to sail across the black world and pass through the 12 gates, which represent the 12 netherworld regions. Ra went past each gate in 1 hour. Ra always went to pay his respects to Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, who was in one of them. However, the deity was assaulted by the awful snake Apophis before he could escape the darkness of the underworld. The snake appeared to be getting closer to realizing her goal every day as this chaotic force attempted to destroy the god's vessel. The serpent was unable to contain the god in her stomach and regurgitated him, although Apophis once succeeded in swallowing the sunboat, ending the morning sunshine. It was designated as a solar eclipse. It was more challenging to destroy Ra's boat, though, because Set, the god of destruction, had been sentenced to travel through the sky with Ra when Horus defeated him in the contest for the ultimate reign. By repeatedly slaying the dreadful snake and assisting the sun god in protecting his vessel, he made Ra's voyage through the underworld safer. The city of Heliopolis was particularly devoted to the deity Ra, who was worshipped throughout Egypt. The deity was so highly regarded that other ancient Egyptian religious traditions combined the god's image with the most important figure from their own pantheons. Amun-Ra and Atum-Ra, for example, were other names for the supreme gods Amun and Atum. Many pharaohs used the name of the deity. One famous example is Ramses, because his name signifies son of Ra, or son of the sun. The pharaoh would affirm his divinity in front of his subjects. One of the most notable pharaohs in ancient Egyptian history was Ramses II, popularly referred to as Ramses the Great. He reigned for around 66 years during the 19th dynasty in Egypt. Many people believe that his term was one of the longest and most fruitful in Egyptian history. Ramses' father, Pharaoh Seti I, was in power when he was born in 1303 BC. Seti, Queen Tuya, had 3 sons, including Ramses. His royal status and upbringing in an opulent environment made his early years noteworthy. Being a member of the royal family, he received a well-rounded education that covered subjects like administration, literature, theology, and military tactics. As a military active pharaoh, Ramses' father exposed the heir to the real world of governance and military command by taking the young prince on army expeditions. Ramesses' future military and political strategy was influenced by these incidents. In order to facilitate a peaceful handover of power, Ramesses II was designated his father's co-regent at the age of 14, already holding the title of crown prince. Ramses II became the next king of Egypt after Seti I passed away in December. Because of his co-regency and his well-rounded education, his ascent to the throne was rather smooth. At about 25, Ramesses began her rule. Later in his reign, he decided to relocate his capital from Pi-Ramesses to Thebes. Ramses II's construction and reconstruction projects around Egypt are what made him most famous. Among the many temples, monuments, and statues he oversaw were the well-known Temple of Luxor and the Temple of Karnak. He was also in charge of one of the most famous structures in ancient Egypt, the Abu Simbel temples. Ramses II put down an invasion of Shurden pirate bands, also called the Sea Peoples, in the second year of his rule. At the conclusion of the Bronze Age, they organized as a confederation of pirates and mercenary soldiers and plundered some of the most powerful nations in the world. For a portion of his reign, Ramses II's successful wars against the Sea Peoples contributed to the stability of the Eastern Mediterranean area. The Battle of Kadesh, which occurred in or around December, is among the most well-known and well-recorded battles in ancient Egypt. Due to its natural riches and commercial connections, the Levant region, which includes portions of Israel, Palestine, and Syria, was strategically significant. The interests of the Hittites and Egyptians in this area were at odds. Relationships worsened after Ramses II accused the Hittites of aiding rebels in the area, despite the fact that he and Hattusili, the third king of the Hittite Empire, had signed a non-aggression treaty before to the Battle of Kadesh. to reclaim the Levant and drive out the rebels and their Hittite backers, Ramses II led a military campaign. The Hittites shocked the Egyptians with an initially effective tactic, but the pharaoh was relying on his larger and more skilled army. When the Egyptian armies were drawing near the city of Kadesh, they secretly attacked Ramesses' camp. The Egyptians were caught off guard by the Hittites' swift deployment, which surrounded them from all sides. With the assistance of his personal guard, the Egyptian pharaoh battled for his life until reinforcements came after being momentarily cut off from the rest of his army. Ramses II, who described a one-on-one conflict with the Hittite prince, personally recounted the war. After overcoming his first assailants, Ramses II left the camp to reunite with his main army. The Hittites halted to pillage the Egyptian camp because they thought their adversaries had been completely vanquished, leaving them vulnerable to Ramses II's counterattack. The Hittites were forced to escape as the Egyptians rushed full force into their disorderly lines. The lighter and quicker Egyptian chariots readily overtook and swept aside the heavier Hittite chariots during the subsequent chase. Both sides suffered significant losses as the conflict came to a standstill. The Pact of Kadesh. One of the first known examples of an international peace pact was negotiated between the Hittites and the Egyptians as an alternative to pursuing more war. Egypt and the Hittites formed a defense alliance against outside threats as a result of the pact. As an early example of international diplomacy, the treaty also established a stable phase in Egypt-Hittite ties. In order to defend Egypt's boundaries and maintain control over the area's resources. Ramses II also undertook a number of military expeditions in the Nubian region in the south. Ancient Egypt relied heavily on the administration of Nubia, an area rich in resources including gold and rare stones. Members of the vanquished Nubian tribes were assimilated into Ramses King's army. This helped maintain regional peace and assimilation in addition to strengthening Egyptian forces. Ramses was well known for advancing a strong celestial self-image. Because it was simple to remove sculptures and writings that had been carved as stone reliefs by previous pharaohs, their successors distorted their words and pictures. Ramses consequently demanded that his sculptures be deeply carved into the stone, which enhanced their beauty in the sun and made them less prone to alterations over time. Ramses had several spouses and numerous kids and daughters, making his family life significant. One of Ramses's most beloved and significant wives was Nefertari. She played a significant part in his life, and monuments honoring her may be seen at places like the Abu Simbel Temple. Meritamen became one of Ramesses II's brides, despite being one of his daughters. In order to preserve royal lineages, Egyptian rulers frequently married daughters. The pharaoh participated in a number of rites and ceremonies at the said festivals, which were renewal rituals to demonstrate his vigor, vitality, and capacity to rule effectively going forward. Ramses II took part in religious rites to pay homage to the Egyptian gods at the said festivals. Offerings and prayers were part of these rituals, which were performed at temples. This ceremony represented Egypt's stability and prosperity, as well as the continuation of royal power. Ramses II was one of the longest-living pharaohs in Egyptian history, ruling for over 66 years. Although his remains has been transferred several times throughout the ages, he was buried in the Valley of the Kings after passing away in December. Both in terms of political influence and architectural accomplishments, his reign left a lasting impact. Merneptah, the 12th son of Ramses II, succeeded him. Despite disagreements among some of his sons over the succession, the transfer of power seems to have gone very well. One of the longest and most potent reigns in Egyptian history came to an end with the death of Ramses II. The Ramesses dynasty, to which he belonged, and his enduring impact on Egyptian politics and culture are also part of his legacy. Hatshepsut was one of the most notable individuals in ancient Egypt, and one of the few female pharaohs. Her life is intriguing, full of noteworthy accomplishments and political intrigue. Hatshepsut was born around 1500 years ago. She was the daughter of Queen Amuse and the first pharaoh Thutmose. The noblest of noble women was the meaning of her birth name. From a young age, it was evident that Hatshepsut was not your typical youngster. As though she already knew she was meant for greatness, her eyes were sharp and full of determination. Growing up, Hatshepsut shone exceptional intelligence and wit while absorbing knowledge from the counselors and wise men in the royal court. She was an astute observer who enthusiastically took in every instruction. Her father Thutmose saw her ability early on and taught her the skills necessary to rule and lead, preparing her to eventually assume roles that went against the norms of her day. Hatshepsut became queen when her husband and half-brother Thutmose II ascended to the throne, but she wasn't content to just serve as an ornament. She quickly rose to prominence as a political influence and counselor behind the scenes, guiding Thutmose II's actions and determining the kingdom's future. However, Egypt was clouded by Thutmose II's premature death. His concubine son, Thutmose III, was still too young to hold independent power. Hatshepsut took over as regent at a crucial juncture and vowed to defend the throne and the Egyptian populace. Hatshepsut, however, had much more ambitious plans. She made a risky choice because she was confident in her abilities and committed to keeping Egypt stable. Adopting the full title of Matkare, which means that the soul of Ra is the truth of Ra, she proclaimed herself pharaoh. She disregarded gender expectations and brashly asserted her power by donning the emblems and clothes often associated with male pharaohs. Under her rule, Egypt flourished like never before. By restoring historic temples and fostering commerce with far-off countries, Hatshepsut promoted peace and wealth. In order to expand Egypt's territories and solidify her image as a superb leader, she also directed expeditions to Nubia and along the Red Sea. However, Hatshepsut's greatest legacy will be inscribed in stone. She commissioned spectacular monuments as the majestic temple of Deir el-Bahari, which attests to the majesty of her reign and her dedication to the Egyptian gods. Every stone block and hieroglyph told the tale of a remarkable lady who broke with tradition and had a lasting impact on her people's history. However, fate frequently treats people who don't follow the rules cruelly. The specific circumstances surrounding Hatshepsut's death remain unclear, and her death is shrouded in mystery. While some historians contend that she could have passed away from natural causes like sickness, other ideas speculate that she may have been the victim of murder and conspiracy. Thutmose III, Hatshepsut's stepson, ascended to the throne after her death and attempted to obliterate her legacy by removing her name from a large number of monuments and inscriptions. Hatshepsut's legacy, however, was difficult to eradicate. Egyptologists then revived her narrative and recognized her grandeur centuries later. As a visionary who defied the norms of her period and left a lasting legacy for future generations, Hatshepsut, the woman who rose to become pharaoh, is now regarded as one of the most illustrious monarchs of ancient Egypt. This is how the legend of Hatshepsut, the legendary Matkare, endures beyond the ages, serving as a continual reminder of the ability to alter history by willpower, bravery, and vision. From around 1353 to 1334 BC, Akhenaten, also called Amenhotep IV, ruled as a pharaoh in the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt. He was frequently described to as the crazy pharaoh in antiquity due to his turbulent position and erratic nature. King Amenhotep III and Queen Tebe were the parents of Akhenaten. He was raised amid the opulent palaces and temples of ancient Egypt in a wealthy and influential milieu as a member of the royal family. In addition to military and administrative talents, Akhenaten received education in religion literature, art history, and mathematics while serving as crown prince. The prince was ready for his eventual position as pharaoh thanks to this schooling. After a certain age, Akhenaten wed Nefertiti, who would go on to become one of the most well-known queens in ancient Egypt. She was the mother of one son, who would later become the well-known pharaoh Tutankhamun, and several of Akhenaten's daughters. In contrast to the traditions of Egyptian nobility at the time, the couple was eager to have their family's image immortalized in paintings and reliefs. The lengthy and largely tranquil reign of Akhenaten's father, the third pharaoh Amenhotep, was marked by advancements in architecture, financial stability, and diplomatic ties with nearby countries. In 1353 BC, Akhenaten took over the Egyptian kingdom when his father passed away. Akhenaten formally changed his birth name from Amenhotep IV to the one that made him famous, Akhenaten, which means he who is effective Tuaun, during his 5th year as pharaoh. It's possible that during his early and teenage years, Akhenaten was first exposed to the concept of a monotheistic religion, the conviction that there is only one creator deity. Shortly after ascending to power, Akhenaten adopted the worship of the god Aten, who is believed to be a manifestation of the sun god and is revered above the ancient Egyptian deity Ra. However, Akhenaten's devotion to the Aten worship intensified, and he gradually marginalized other gods in favor of elevating Aten as the sole supreme deity. During Akhenaten's rule, Egypt was firmly ruled by the priesthood of the Temple of Amun, which had accumulated enormous riches and influence over the years. The most potent place of worship for the Egyptian people was the Temple of Amun at Karnak, located in Thebes, which was then Egypt's capital. Amun's priesthood elite, who controlled vast swaths of territory and wealth, held both religious and political authority, and were deeply unhappy with Akhenaten's proposed religious changes. By encouraging the worship of the deity Aten and distancing himself from Egypt's ancient polytheistic religion and its other gods, Akhenaten was openly opposing Amun's strong priestly hierarchy. Closing temples dedicated to traditional gods and redirecting religious resources and sacrifices to the cultivating were among the measures he did to lessen the priest's authority and influence. The establishment of a new capital city named Akhetaten was one of Akhenaten's most drastic actions. This shift established the new religious order and took the center of royal authority away from the Amun priests at Thebes. The priesthood attempted to conceal the statues and holy writings from the palace guards who were dispatched to crack down on them in response to the pharaoh's unrelenting religious persecution, while marginalizing the Amun priests and rejecting traditional religious practices, changed artistic representations and language. Nefertiti and Akhenaten proclaimed themselves to be gods on earth, installed new priests in the temples, or just had Amun worshippers convert to the new monotheistic faith. Nefertiti and Akhenaten both demanded that their names be prayed to and worshipped. Additionally, Akhenaten supposedly paid little attention to anything that occurred beyond the gates of his palace and disregarded a large portion of Egypt's political difficulties. Crime and corruption increased. Egypt's economy began to deteriorate, and the populace began to worry that their king was either mad or under the influence of a demonic entity. For around 17 years, Akhenaten was in power. It's uncertain exactly when he died, although it was most likely around the year 1334 BC. One of the numerous mysteries of Egyptian history is the cause of Akhenaten's death, which is unknown. The death of Akhenaten is the subject of several hypotheses. Some speculate that he could have been overthrown, or perhaps killed, possibly as a result of the populace's general dissatisfaction with his extreme religious beliefs. Following Akhenaten's death, Egypt experienced a period of instability and upheaval. His immediate successors attempted to undo the harm that his bold political and ecclesiastical reforms had created. With time, polytheistic religious traditions made a comeback in Egypt. The deity Aten was no longer worshipped. The city of Akhenaten's building was halted, and the Amun priest's authority and sway over Thebes were reinstated. The tale of Akhenaten the pharaoh, who aspired to become a deity, comes to an end here. Some of the most significant dynastic disputes in antiquity took place in ancient Egypt. Deep within this mysterious and magical country, a sense of uncertainty pervaded the regal throne. Known for his unusual worship of the deity Aten, the pharaoh Akhenaten left his son Tutankhamun, who succeeded to the throne after his death with a contentious legacy. He inherited a fractured kingdom and a country that was looking for equilibrium when he was 9 years old. Tutankhamun's first task after ascending to the throne was to restore the established religious hierarchy. His advisors worked furiously to reverse Akhenaten's religious reforms, including the astute general Horemheb and the seasoned vizier Ai. The ancient gods were brought back into the Egyptian people's daily lives, and temples that had been closed were reopened. In the royal palace, Tutankhamun had to deal with court intrigue and political difficulties. In accordance with an old Egyptian custom meant to establish the royal dynasty, he married his half-sister, the stunning princess Ankhesenamun, but difficulties were numerous. As the youthful pharaoh struggled to solidify his position as leader, competitors and plotters attempted to weaken his power. Tutankhamun's entire existence was shrouded in obscurity as he navigated the intricate corridors of power. There was more conjecture on his fate because of his father's early death and his accession to the throne at such a young age. It was reported that Tutankhamun was ill, and there were tales going throughout the palace that the young king was cursed. Tutankhamun made an effort to stabilize the realm in spite of the challenges. Under his rule, trade flourished. The boundaries were maintained, and the people were freed from historical hardships. The youthful king led Egypt through a period of restoration and renewal, demonstrating wisdom beyond his years. A fascinating game to determine Egypt's future was played by counselors, generals, and priests who all desired power over the young pharaoh. Tutankhamun's faithful advisor, General Horemheb, emerged as a key player in this struggle. Despite all the uncertainty surrounding the succession, his desire pushed him to solidify control, and his military skill was as keen as the blade of a sword. Despite being meant to strengthen the royal dynasty, Tutankhamun's marriage to Ankhesenamun had a number of issues. The stability of the young pharaoh was in danger due to rumors of marital discord and harem intrigue that were circulating among the Egyptian nobles. Meanwhile, other court officials, like the shrewd Vizier I, were hiding in the shadows, forming coalitions and preparing to ensure his own rise to power. Tutankhamun's reign was tragically short, despite its remarkable accomplishments. The rule of the youthful pharaoh who assumed the throne at the age of 9 ended prematurely at the age of 18. Historians and archaeologists are still fascinated by his mysterious demise. Tutankhamun's death has been explained by a number of hypotheses. Given the favorable circumstances of his time, several academics have proposed that he passed away from illness, with malaria being a likely cause. He may have had an accident or a leg wound that became infected, according to some ideas. The murder idea is one of the more sensationalist arguments. A plan to depose the young pharaoh is said to have been sparked by palace intrigues and power conflicts. But the absence of solid proof makes this notion only a subject of conjecture and discussion among academics. In the corridors of power, the General Horemheb emerged as a prominent figure after Tutankhamun's untimely death. Horemheb made the decision to take the throne and become the new Egyptian pharaoh in the absence of direct heir. The Vizier I, who succeeded Horemheb, carried on his predecessor's policies. Ramses I, a youthful military leader, succeeded me and established the 19th dynasty, solidifying Egypt's order. Tutankhamun's spectacular tomb and its jewels preserved his legacy for all time. The tomb was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, sparking a worldwide interest in ancient Egypt and catapulting Tutankhamun to posthumous celebrity. The young pharaoh becomes a legendary character in Egyptian history, and the mystery surrounding his death only heightens the intrigue surrounding his existence. Alexander the Great established the city of Alexandria in the Nile Delta, where Cleopatra was born in 699 BC. An influential queen of ancient Egypt, Cleopatra's name endures today. She is among the most well-known ladies in human history. She was a strategist, tenacious, very brilliant, crafty, and the owner of a vast wealth throughout her life. The Greek philosopher Plutarch once described her as follows: "If we lived with her, the touch with her presence was compelling." Many individuals in her era were captivated by the Egyptian monarch. She still captivates a lot of people nowadays. Her life story has been extensively analyzed, examined, and discussed. Here are some fascinating facts to help you comprehend her magnificence. Cleopatra's lover, Julius Caesar, requested that a gilded statue of the Egyptian queen be erected at a shrine to the goddess Venus. Records show that up until at least the 2nd century AD, people saw and revered this monument at the location. Strangely enough, Cleopatra was even worshipped as a real goddess, more specifically as a new goddess of Isis, one of the most significant ancient Egyptian goddesses. She was also recognized as the Greek goddess Aphrodite, whose qualities are comparable to those of Isis. Cleopatra possessed sophisticated brains as well. Her schooling was exceptional. She received her education at the palace where she resided together with the other royal children. Speaking 7 or 8 languages made it much easier for Cleopatra to make deals and use political stratagems. According to reports, she was the first member of her family to speak Egyptian fluently without the use of translators. She also did well in her studies of rhetoric and philosophy. She was taught oratory from a young age, and she was able to apply it quite intelligently by speaking softly and with the right posture and motions. In light of her extensive knowledge, it is important to keep in mind that Cleopatra resided in Alexandria, a renowned cultural hub in antiquity, with an unparalleled library housing a massive collection of literary works. The Egyptian ruler's cultural development was greatly influenced by these local conditions. Because of her accomplishments, she became the girlfriend of Mark Antony and Julius Caesar, 2 of the most well-known Roman generals of her day. A lot of information about this extraordinary woman's life has been misrepresented throughout time, as is sometimes the case with historical personalities. The picture of Cleopatra is now imprinted on a wide range of items, and while many people are familiar with her name, not everyone is aware of her actual appearance. Actually, one of the numerous inaccurate parts in the Queen's narrative is typically included in these physical depictions of her appearance. In reference to the Queen's appearance, Plutarch stated that we couldn't gaze at her without feeling moved, or that she wasn't so exceptional that there were no comparisons. The several coins that were made and used throughout Cleopatra's lifetime also give us a sense of how she looked. The best ways for us to visualize her appearance are through these items. Additionally, there are a few busts that have been carved over time that seem to depict the Queen. We observe the nose and chin protruding when we look at the coins. The world would have looked very different if Cleopatra's nose had been smaller, according to the philosopher Pascal. Considering this humorous expression and seeing the attributes of the strong Egyptian lady depicted on the coins, we might deduce that she might not have been as stunningly gorgeous as the movie depicted. However, there is little doubt that her triumph and manner of being outstripped any Hollywood portrayal. Now let's examine why. The Ptolemaic dynasty, to which Cleopatra belonged, ruled for 3 arduous centuries. Numerous weddings and family killings occurred under their tenure. The death of Macedonia's powerful monarch, Alexander the Great, gave rise to this formidable dynasty. His generals shared his dominion after his death. Among them was Ptolemy I Soter, an ancestor of Cleopatra who established the Ptolemaic dynasty after beginning to govern the splendid city of Alexandria, an unrivaled cultural hub of ancient Egypt. It's crucial to keep in mind that the strong Cleopatra mentioned in this movie is really Cleopatra the 7th, given this family line. In her family tree, she was the 6th Cleopatra. The Queen of Alexandria resided in a lavish palace that was opulent and lavishly decorated. With over 100 rooms and a breathtaking exterior, the palace was enormous and roomy. Gorgeous fountains and statues adorned the grounds, which were very stunning. With each new Ptolemaic figure, this magnificent mansion was further expanded. The location evolved into the most opulent palace in the Mediterranean. Ptolemy XII's daughter Cleopatra was raised in this world. She had 2 brothers, Ptolemy XIII and Ptolemy XIV, and 2 sisters, Berenice IV and Arsinoe IV. Berenice IV took over as monarch after her mother passed away, although she only ruled for a brief time before being assassinated by her own father. It is crucial to reiterate that one of the primary traits of the Ptolemies' genealogy was their propensity for murder. At the request of his own sister, Cleopatra Mark Antony later murdered Arsinoe IV after he had been banished by Julius Caesar. Ptolemy XIV's destiny was no exception. After her father passed away, Cleopatra took over as ruler of Egypt at the age of 17. Tradition has it that she wed his brother Ptolemy XIII, who was just 13 years old at the time. Ptolemy XIII, Cleopatra's brother and husband, started to show interest in running Egypt independently of his sister when she was crowned queen. 3 key counselors to the young king, Pothinus Achillas and Theodotus Achaeus, supported this plan to convince the young man to sever ties with Cleopatra and depose her. In order to demonstrate her strategic abilities, the queen sought to maintain political ties with Italy during her reign. She also aimed to fortify her friendship with the Romans, who might prove to be valuable allies in the event of a civil war in Egypt. General Pompey, the head of one of the most traditional Roman families, would be her primary ally. As a result of these diplomatic ploys, Cleopatra was charged with treason for misleading her brother. After was forced to flee Alexandria at the age of 21, the young monarch fled into exile in Syria, where she raised an army. In order to keep the queen from returning to Alexandria, the young Egyptian king and his 3 counselors made the decision to go in pursuit of her. But they discovered the shocking news while searching. Pompey, a competitor to the legendary Julius Caesar, was traveling to Egypt. He believed that because he had been a close friend of his father, the pharaoh himself would welcome him. A very good commander was Pompey the Great. He subjugated innumerable countries in Africa, Asia, and Europe throughout his lifetime. Following his catastrophic defeat over his adversary, Julius Caesar, in Greece, the terrified Pompey fled to Egypt in quest of safety. Pompey and Julius Caesar were at odds over the Roman Empire. Caesar's civil war is the name given to this conflict. The Egyptian partisans pondered when they heard that Pompey would disembark in the nation. It was risky to assist Pompey, an old acquaintance, as it may be seen as an act of war against Julius Caesar, who was in charge of a highly potent war machine. Furthermore, Ptolemy and his supporters thought that turmoil was to be avoided, and that Pompey might go assist Cleopatra in regaining her position as a member of the royal family. However, the father of the Egyptian couple had been good friends with Pompey. He could so cut off relations with Egypt and declare it an enemy of Rome if they did not assist him. Achilles and Pothinus, the other 2 advisors, and Theodotus considered the situation. It was a tough choice with potentially dangerous repercussions. However, when the 3 counselors had been unable to come up with a solution, Theodotus grinned, turned to his friends, and remarked, "The dead do not bite." The decision had been reached to form an alliance with Julius Caesar and sever ties with Pompey. Pompey believed that the Egyptians would greet him warmly as he drew closer to Alexandria, but a trap had already been prepared against the Romans, who pretended to greet him with friendliness. Pompey, however, was mercilessly decapitated as soon as he set foot in Egypt. Julius Caesar came to Alexandria a few days later to find his enemy. Caesar was horrified by the savagery when the Egyptians showed him Pompey's head. Caesar respected Pompey, even though he was his opponent. Caesar ordered the execution of Ptolemy's counselor. Caesar arrived to the royal palace with his soldiers, made himself at home, and declared his desire to visit the king and queen. It's crucial to keep in mind that Ptolemy XVIII was ready to take on his sister's army. He went to his palace as soon as he heard that Julius Caesar had arrived. Cleopatra. 2. If she had left Alexandria and her brother, and devoted guardians wanted her out of the city, how could she go back? She knew she couldn't be seen, and she was in danger. The queen then had an odd thought. She devised a plan to meet with Julius Caesar and enlisted the aid of Apollodorus, a Sicilian supplier, to carry it out. For 8 days, they sailed the Nile River in a boat in which the queen was concealed. As they got closer to Alexandria, Cleopatra, still aided by Apollodorus, climbed into a papyrus made sack. The queen's henchman tied the large sack with a leather rope and cautiously made his way into the palace, leaving the sack in Julius Caesar's room. We don't know how the Romans reacted when he discovered Cleopatra, but the Egyptian woman instantly defeated him. With Caesar by his side, everything would be easier. She finally had the chance to get rid of his brother and rule in accordance with his wishes. Ptolemy was seen negatively by Julius Caesar after Pompey was assassinated. Cleopatra took advantage of his old ally's passing. Caesar was persuaded by the queen that she was the most qualified candidate to hold the Egyptian throne. A romantic relationship developed between Julius Caesar and the Queen of Egypt. Ptolemy was incensed by Caesar's choice to back Cleopatra and waged war on him. Due to his numerical inferiority, the Roman commander adopted a defensive stance. The Siege of Alexandria is the name given to this incident. While they awaited reinforcements, Caesar and his troops put up a valiant fight to hold their position. Caesar defeated Ptolemy's army at the Battle of the Nile once his allies arrived. In the river, the young pharaoh perished. Ptolemy Caesar, often known as Caesarion in popular and historical contexts, was the queen's son with Julius Caesar. Caesar's assistance was essential to Cleopatra's power consolidation in Egypt. Egypt was ruled by Cleopatra, and the Roman commander went back to Rome. Everything appeared to be going as planned, but there would be a significant change in the future. Egypt flourished during Cleopatra's rule, and the queen funded a cultural explosion in Alexandria. She had solidified her hold on the Egyptian monarchy. An expedition to Rome was planned by Cleopatra. She stayed at Julius Caesar's house in the city. Caesarion, the son of the Egyptian queen, and the Roman commander accompanied her on the journey. At the height of his authority, Julius Caesar implemented a number of social and political changes as the head of state. In his own glory, he also orchestrated the victory. Erycine, Cleopatra's sister, was present in Caesar's procession as a prisoner, signifying Rome's triumph over the Egyptians. Rome did not yet have the splendor that would make it famous when Caesar presented the city to the Egyptian queen, Alexandria. The capital of Ptolemaic Egypt was not yet on par with it. The Roman aristocracy disapproved of Caesar's association with the foreigner. The pair was the subject of several stories and rumors. Caesar had unparalleled authority and was dubbed dictator for life. The Roman senators feared losing their residual power and were left with little influence. Thus, they plotted to kill Caesar. Roman politicians killed Julius Caesar at a Senate session in 444 BC. Rome was plunged into chaos. Caesar's right-hand man, General Mark Antony, went after the conspirators. He recited Caesar's will in a public plaza, noting that his son, with Cleopatra, was not listed as an heir. Caesar named his nephew Octavius as his heir in his testament. The Egyptian queen decided that Rome was no longer a secure place to be and went back to her realm. In the meantime, the men who betrayed Caesar were being persecuted by the legions of Octavius and Mark Antony. The meeting between Cleopatra and Mark Antony was extraordinary. He dispatched an emissary to Alexandria in 1941. He summoned the queen to a conference at Tarsus, a city in modern-day Turkey, through this guy. In a glittering boat, the Egyptian queen reached the prearranged location. The ship's sails were purple, its oars were silver, and its stern was gold. There was music playing while navigating. They played flute lyre and fife. The yacht smelled great, and the queen, lovely and elaborate, was being groomed by her attendants. When Cleopatra triumphantly arrived, the whole populace abandoned their jobs to follow her. She instantly won Mark Antony over. Nevertheless, Cleopatra encouraged the powerful Mark Antony to come to Alexandria in 41 BC. However, the Roman left after interacting with the queen and staying in the Egyptian capital for a while, and the two kept up their contact. It was a long time before the pair reconnected. However, something occurred before to that reunion. Cleopatra gave birth to twins in 40 BC that Mark Antony himself acknowledged as their heirs. They were named Helios, which means sun in Greek, and Selena, which means moon. During the Roman era, when he was away from the Egyptian queen, he even re-established his relationship with his wife Fulvia in Rome, but he was unable to forget Cleopatra. Eventually, Fulvia passed away, which would have eased the situation and allowed Mark Antony to rejoin Cleopatra. Julius Caesar's nephew, Octavius, however, did not wish for it to occur. He recommended that Octavia, his sister, wed the Roman commander. After then, they had 3 children in a 2-year period. Following Caesar's passing, Mark Antony was appointed consul general. Later, he, Octavius, and Lepidus formed a political coalition known as the Second Triumvirate, which shared his authority. Octavius and Mark Antony got into a fight as a result of Lepidus's disengagement from politics. The two were split up the authority in Rome. Mark Antony oversaw the provinces in the east, while Caesar's nephew commanded the west. Even though he was married and defying Octavius's wishes, Mark Antony and Cleopatra's relationship was far from done. They reconnected in Antioch, where they formally announced their union. They appeared to be in love in Alexandria, and their passion was flourishing. The pair demonstrated their sovereignty at several dinners and celebrations. However, the Parthians who lived in Syria and Asia Minor and were part of the Parthian Empire in ancient Persia attacked Egypt, forcing the Romans to flee. The alliance between the Romans and the powerful Egyptians irritated Octavius, who criticized this combination. This was partly because his sister Octavia was turned down by Mark Antony, and partly because he was afraid of losing a piece of the Roman Empire to the pair. Rome saw the start of a fresh civil war between Octavius's defenders and Mark Antony's allies. Both faced off in the Battle of Actium, which took place in an area of Greece in 311 BC. Cleopatra went with her husband to the protracted conflict, but when it was clearly clear that Mark Antony had lost, she went back to Egypt in secret and declared a phony victory. With his resounding victory in the naval battle of Actium, Octavius brought the Roman Republic to a close, and the imperial era began. However, as Cleopatra attempted to hold on to power and defeat friends, his opponents ultimately learned the truth. She exerted every effort to enable her and Mark Antony to soar once more. However, he was a different person after losing. Octavia declared that even if Cleopatra killed her beloved, he would still forgive her. Disregarding the suggestion, the Egyptian queen persisted in trying to inspire her husband as she and her personal doctor searched for a poison that would not hurt. The queen was bracing herself for anything. Mark Antony's demise was terrible. The Roman soldier learned of his lover's death as Cleopatra attempted to escape Octavius and his troops, who had already reached Alexandria. He grabbed his sword in desperation and cut his own chest. But the blow was inaccurate, and Mark Antony did not pass away right away. Even though he was bleeding and in pain from the hit, he was told that Cleopatra was still alive and that the Egyptian king had been located. In his lover's arms, he took his final breath. Mark Antony had already lost a significant amount of blood by the time he reached his other half, and nothing could save his life. However, he begged his beloved Cleopatra to work with his adversary Octavius to rescue herself before passing away in her arms. The renowned Roman Mark Antony died as a result of this request, and Caesarion Caesar's successor was subsequently assassinated by Octavian. During that period, it was typical for women to injure themselves at funerals by punching and scratching themselves while yelling in agony and sorrow. Cleopatra did that in front of his deceased lover. She developed an illness as a result of her injuries, and Octavius ordered her to be treated. The queen, however, attempted to oppose the therapy in order to pass away, since she was terrified of the future and traumatized by the loss of her beloved Mark Antony. However, Octavius intimidated her by threatening her kids. Because she loved the heirs, Cleopatra gave in and took the appropriate care till she felt well. Cleopatra's demise was equally significant. It was among the incidents that made her a historical figure. The queen refused to give up to the enemy and endured the humiliation of being a prisoner and captive of Rome after failing to flee her adversary Octavius, who had taken her to Alexandria. She is a woman, and that would be too awkward. Regarding her boys, Octavia took the others to Rome to raise them when Caesarion was killed, as was previously said. Because Cleopatra had made 2 attempts at suicide following Mark Antony's death, Octavius ordered her to be continually washed over. However, Octavius's intentions didn't work out. Always shrewd, the queen ended her own life. She first requested to be buried beside her late spouse in a letter to Octavius. According to other accounts, she perished from the venom after willingly being bitten by a serpent. Scholars and other sources confirm that Cleopatra consumed some poison. Given these doubts, her demise is very contentious. According to some accounts, Cleopatra's personal doctor was well knowledgeable in poisons. In addition, the queen had always been a cunning and successful individual. She probably planned her demise beforehand. Finally, it is more plausible that Cleopatra consumed some deadly poison that did not give her significant suffering at the time of her death, even though the most well-known account claims that she died after being purposefully bitten by a serpent. She was discovered wearing exquisite clothing on top of a couch. She was described as having a calm face. 9 days after her lover's death, she passed away. Her funeral was dignified and stately, fit for a queen of Egypt. They honored her wish to be buried next Mark Antony. Egypt became a Roman province with the passing of the strong ruler. It marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty's dominance over Egypt. The tale of Cleopatra is intriguing. Along with their husbands, several of her female predecessors held significant positions as Egyptian kings. Strangely, compared to women from other civilizations, Egyptian women had greater freedom at that period. In this family of female rulers, Cleopatra was a well-known individual and did not have a supporting role. She had an extremely busy, and in many respects, remarkable life. First, the Ptolemaic ancestry, which is remarkable given how many murders have occurred within the family. Indeed, Cleopatra inherited this tendency. Nevertheless, the Ptolemaic administration was crucial to Egypt, despite these killings, and Cleopatra had significant duties and choices to fulfill during her tenure as Egypt's queen. She had rivals as well as admirers. She was incredibly influential, proactive, and skilled. She was a unique, uncommon, and resolute woman. She constantly made plans to accomplish all of her objectives. Because of her extensive education and unique brilliance, Cleopatra astounded everyone. With all of these attributes, the Egyptian queen is able to subdue two of the most fabled figures in our history, Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Furthermore, Cleopatra's image was frequently misinterpreted over time, and the Egyptian lady was viewed with prejudice. There are moments when it appears that her entire journey and victory culminated in her seduction of these two Romans. However, given the queen's impressive political accomplishments, this perspective on her life is oversimplified. In any event, some of the greatest painters in history have drawn inspiration from the mythical Egyptian queen. Among them were William Shakespeare and Michelangelo, the painter. The ruler turned into a magnificent work of art in their possession. As we discover more about her life, we see that the fact that Cleopatra captivated so many people in her day, and still does now, is not a coincidence. Numerous unusual deities with a combination of animal and human traits may be found in Egyptian mythology. In addition to these anthropomorphic deities, this mythology is teeming with amazing animals that enhance the legendary world this ancient society has constructed. Some of the most amazing animals from Egyptian mythology will be introduced to us today. NordVPN is the provider of this video. As we spend more and more time online, privacy and security issues become increasingly important. More than 5,000 top-notch, next-generation server infrastructures in more than 60 countries are used by NordVPN. In other words, you always have a safe and dependable VPN connection. Simply click to see the map, then click on a place to connect in a matter of seconds. It's that simple to go to from any location. Don't overlook your preferred material. Stay at home and virtually unblock your favorite games and geo-restricted servers, even while you're traveling overseas. Don't let your location restrict your options for where to play. Additionally, Nord provides more than only VPN services. Additionally, NordPass Pass Manager offers protection by securely encrypting your password. In order to ensure that you never forget them, NordLocker is a virtual cloud service that allows you to securely store and retrieve your data. No matter where you are, you can use NordVPN on up to 6 devices running the major operating systems: Windows, Android, Mac OS, Linux, and even your Android TV. Visit nordvpn.com, see you in history, to receive a 2-year plan, plus an extra month at a significant discount. NordVPN is risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee, making your connection to the outside world more secure and private. The sun was revered as the highest god in ancient Egypt. Ra, a god with the head of a falcon and the body of a man, served as its representative. However, a massive snake known as Apophis was searching for a chance to assault the deity Ra's solar bark deep within the underworld. By doing this, it may ruin the dawn of a new day in the mortal world. According to the mythology of ancient Egypt, when Ra gave birth to himself, amid the expanse of the world, Apophysis lunged for his umbilical cord. It was the primary enemy of Ra, the sun and light deity. Apophysis is sometimes compared to a gigantic snake with a hard polished stone called silicate covering its head. Ra illuminated the planet every day as he passed through the sky in a solar bark. The falcon deity, however, ultimately headed for the Egyptian underworld Duat. Since the beginning of time, Apophis has been imprisoned in Duat and was already searching for a means of attacking Ra's bark. During their epic battle, both gods created earthquakes and storms in the human realm. Alongside Ra, in his solar bark, Apophis confronted other gods. The primary adversary was the deity Seth, who stood at the bark's bow, ready to stab Apophis with a spear at any moment. Solar eclipses resulted from the gigantic serpent's inability to hold Ra's bark in his stomach for very long after he was able to swallow it a few times. Because he resided in the underworld, Apophis was occasionally seen as a soul eater. Therefore, it was also necessary to safeguard the deceased. Spells to fend off the serpents were occasionally used during funerals. To curse Apophis and expel its malevolent presence from the world, Egyptian priests devised ceremonies. They think that this made it easier for the deity Ra to finish his journey across the sky. The ancient Egyptians also dreaded the evil monster Ammit, who was referred to be the devourer of the dead. His physique was a combination of a crocodile's head with a lion's mane on top, a lion's front paws, and a hippopotamus's hind paws. Ammit was a funerary god who resided in the Hall of Two Truths in the Egyptian underworld of Duat, next to the scales of justice. To determine who should be punished or sent to heaven, the god Anubis considered the hearts of all the individuals who had passed away. One side of the scale held the heart. The feather of Mot, the goddess of truth, was placed on the other side to balance the weight of the organ. The deceased spirit may travel to Osiris and join Aru, the Egyptian heaven, if the heart was lighter than the feather. However, it was deemed unclean if the heart was burdened with sin. The judge would not be permitted to live on after Ammit ate the organ. The departed soul will always be restless after Ammit devoured the heart. This was seen as a second death. Ammit was not allowed to have temples or worship sessions because of its vicious and animalistic nature, which represented all the things the Egyptians were afraid of. If they didn't live a morally upright and compassionate life, it threatened to put them in an eternity of agony. Ammit stood for the justice of the afterlife. At the conclusion of their lives, everyone will be evaluated equally, regardless of wealth or lack thereof, good or evil. Not every creature from mythology was hideous or otherworldly. Some assumed basic shapes while also reducing their abilities, being associated with creation and rebirth. Bennu is among the earliest Egyptian deities. It served as the first source of inspiration for the phoenix myths that have spread throughout other civilizations. Like the deity of Ra Bennu, was a self-created being that played a significant part in the creation of the universe. He is typically shown as a massive gray heron wearing a pharaoh's crown. According to an old tradition, Bennu landed on a rock and uttered a cry that dictated the nature of creation after flying over the waters of Nun, the primordial ocean that existed before creation. Bennu was said to be immortal and capable of self-renewal on occasion. The sun which arose in the sky each day was subject to the same logic. It was also connected to Osiris and represented rebirth. It was frequently one of the ways the underworld deity would come to the world of mortals. Bennu, a cult center in Heliopolis, was revered as one of the first animals to arrive in the world together with Atum and Ra. It was portrayed as a sign of rebirth in burial amulets and ancient artworks. Sauropods were untamed and terrifying animals that lived outside of Egypt's boundaries. It was a creature with a long neck that resembled a serpent's body and the head and body of a lion or leopard. In Mesopotamian mythology, Serpolpard is also portrayed as a lioness with an unusually long neck. Sauropods were seen as agents of anarchy in ancient Egypt. They were frequently seen hunting other creatures with their necks intertwined in high reliefs or in pairs in paintings. Sauropods were significant in Upper and Lower Egyptian religious conceptions. They were most likely creatures connected to monarchy and protection. The Egyptian pharaohs and nobles utilized this strange creature's picture on their domestic equipment. The griffin is another hybrid from Egyptian mythology. With a falcon's head and a dog-like body, it has distinctive characteristics in Egyptian traditions, even if it is also a part of the mythology of other Greek and Mesopotamian peoples. The Egyptian griffin came in several sizes and forms. Some representations had a human head emerging on his back wings and a body like a leopard. In some tales, Griffin was a servant of Horus, who was in charge of enforcing divine justice and representing God's might on earth. Similar to Serpopart, the griffin could repel demons and other malevolent beings and possess defensive abilities. The griffin frequently featured in official records and appears to have been given the status of the pharaoh's heraldic animal. One of the most recognizable representations of Egyptian architecture are the Sphinx sculptures. The Great Sphinx of Giza is the most well-known. These mythical beings, which had a lion's body, a human head, and occasionally hawk's wings, were formerly thought to be genuine. The sphinxes were shown with a woman's head, a lion's hips, and a bird's wings in ancient Egyptian mythology. They were thought to be cunning and ruthless, murdering everyone who was unable to solve their riddle. Greek mythology's Oedipus tale and play feature the lethal form of a sphinx. Although the sphinx was friendly in the eyes of the Egyptians, it possessed the same terrible strength and personality as the evil Greek equivalent. Both were regarded as protectors of temple doors. In the most well-known Sphinx tale, the goddess Hera called forth the Sphinx that resided in Upper Egypt close to the Nile River. The creature made its way to Thebes, Greece, where it posed the most well-known question in history to everyone it encountered. What animal can walk on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 at night? Until a mythical king named Oedipus figured out the answer, it strangled and ate everyone who was unable to respond. It is man, because he crawls on all 4s as a baby walks on 2 feet as an adult, and eventually requires a cane in old age. They created the second riddle. Two sisters are present. One creates a child, and the child in turn creates the original. The two sisters are who, day and night, Oedipus responded, overcame. The Sphinx launched itself from the tall rock and perished in the abyss. The number of monsters and other wonderful beings that were a part of ancient Egyptian religious beliefs is unknown. The heritage of Egyptian culture and mythology continues to captivate people worldwide, despite the fact that many stories have been lost to the passage of time or remain incompletely understood. Pyramids, pharaohs, and mummies are the first three things that come to mind when we think of ancient Egypt. Humanity has been fascinated by the Egyptian culture and its mummies for thousands of years. However, how and why were humans mummified? In today's video, we'll go into great depth on these and other questions. In Egyptian culture, dying was viewed as a transition to a new way of living rather than the end of life. Many facets of Egyptian society were impacted by this ingrained belief in the afterlife, especially the customs surrounding death preparation. For the Egyptians, death was just as important as life itself. They felt that their experience in the hereafter was based on how they prepared for death. Death preparation was a meticulous procedure that started long before a person died. The Egyptians invested time and money in planning their funerals, in addition to focusing on leading moral lives to guarantee a good position in the afterlife. This involved constructing graves, ordering sarcophagi, and obtaining burial goods. Because they would be utilized in the afterlife, the funeral objects were carefully selected. They included cherished goods, like jewelry and amulets, as well as personal belongings. Constructed with meticulous attention to detail, the graves were considered the everlasting living place and were frequently more ornate than the dwellings themselves. Since morals and deeds committed during one's lifetime were thought to be evaluated in the afterlife, they were seen as being of the highest significance. The Egyptians followed formulae and instructions found in the Book of the Dead, a roadmap to the hereafter to ensure a safe transition and a fulfilling afterlife. The narrative of the deity Osiris serves as the basis for the belief in life after death and mummification practices. Being the first mummy, his tale provided the theological and mythical underpinnings for all subsequent mummies. However, the body was brought to the so-called embalming house, or ebit, as soon as the person's death was declared. One of the most intriguing and recognizable features of ancient Egyptian culture was the practice of mummification, which was carried out at this hallowed location. This practice reflected the belief in an afterlife and the necessity of preserving the corpse for all time. The Egyptians believed that in order to gain life beyond death, it was imperative that they retain the physical body. They believed that the soul and vital force resided in the body and frequently returned there. For the soul to continue to exist after death, the body had to be preserved. Mummification was a complex and extensive process that had evolved over thousands of years. The original mummification procedures employed natural dehydration in the desert, and there is evidence that they date back. We will now dissect this process of mummification we will now examine this process of mummification in detail. Cleaning the body with River Nile water was the first actual step in mummification. This water was revered as holy and cleansing. The internal organs were then extracted. Using specialized hooks, the brain was extracted through the nostrils. An incision was made on the left side of the torso to remove the stomach, intestines, lungs, liver, and abdominal organs. The heart was often left in the body since it was thought to be the source of emotion and intelligence. The corpse was wrapped and filled with natron, a natural salt used to dry and preserve the body after the organs were removed. About 40 days passed during this procedure. Following their removal, the organs were handled individually packaged and dehydrated using natron. To be buried alongside the deceased, they were placed in canopic jars. The body was cleansed and wrapped in hundreds of meters of linen strips after it had been dehydrated. Ointments and resins were added to help preserve it while it was being wrapped. Often religiously significant items and amulets were positioned in between the bandages. Final ceremonies were conducted following the bandaging to prepare the departed for the afterlife. Mummification was performed by highly skilled professionals, many of whom were also priests and performed rituals. The deceased's face was then covered with a death mask, which was frequently a picturesque depiction of the person who had died. After that, the mummified body was taken to one or more sarcophagi that were ornately embellished with pictures and words. The sarcophagus was eventually placed inside the sealed tomb. The opening of the mouth ceremony, a necessary funeral rite carried out to restore the deceased's sensory and functional capacities in the hereafter, was one of the penultimate stages before the deceased's final resting place. In order to ensure that the departed could see, breathe, eat, and move in the afterlife, the ceremony was essential. During this ceremony, a priest, typically the deceased's son, performed a number of rites and incantations. He would touch the mummy's or statue's lips with specialized tools signifying the return of speech and eating abilities. Food and merchandise offerings were deposited in the tomb for use in the afterlife. The elaborate symbolic tombs of ancient Egypt were intended to serve as the afterlife for the deceased, particularly pharaohs and nobility. They were sophisticated buildings with exquisite artwork and were erected decades before the person's death. Since the entire mummification process required 70 days to complete, nobles were typically given lavish funerals that were full of honors and customs. Would the spirit be able to enter the hereafter if the body was ultimately buried? Because the West was thought to be connected to the underworld, tombs were frequently constructed on the west bank of the Nile, facing the living towns. Numerous tombs included interior passageways and chambers decorated with religious scriptures, scenes from the deceased's life, and hieroglyphics. Paintings and bas-reliefs that showed the departed engaging in various activities, as well as scenarios showing life in the hereafter, were frequently found on the walls of the tombs. To aid in the afterlife trip, these also included literature and mystical formulas. The Egyptians believed that in the hereafter, the deceased would require tangible items. This included home goods, food, clothes, jewelry, and furniture. The pharaohs and nobility frequently placed great importance on these items. The graves were filled with tiny figurines known as ushabtis. In the afterlife, it was thought that they would serve the departed by carrying out manual labor. To shield the dead from perils in the netherworld, amulets, deity statuettes, and mystical writings were added. Versions of the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells that directed and shielded the soul in the hereafter, were buried with certain of the deceased. The tomb was sealed as soon as the body and belongings were inside. To guarantee a safe transition to the afterlife, the last funeral ceremonies were performed. The Egyptians believed that humans were made up of several components. The AKH, the everlasting form. The Ba, the personality. The name, the shadow, the body, and the K, which means life energy. These discrete components were seen to split at death, which was seen as a brief transition. Mummification was crucial because it was thought that the K returned to the body after death, which meant that the K's life depended on the corpse being preserved. It was thought that the Ba and Ka would join to become the Aki after death. The departed had to embark on a perilous trip to the afterlife, where they would encounter obstacles and creatures in order to do this. The trial before the god of the underworld Osiris was a major component of the belief in the afterlife. But first, the feather of Maat's truth had to be measured against the deceased's heart. They may continue to live in the afterlife if their heart was light. The demon Ammit would eat them up if it was hefty. The deceased reached the field of reeds, a tranquil and bountiful sanctuary akin to Egypt, if their trial was successful, but they were free from pain and illness. In order to uplift the spirits of their departed loved ones, the living actively participated in honoring the dead by providing sacrifices and saying prayers. The Egyptians did not believe in reincarnation or the return of the spirit to the mummified corpse, unlike popular belief. In order to assist the soul survive in the hereafter, Egyptian society placed a strong emphasis on mummification, rather to reincarnation in the sense of being born again into a new body on earth. This continuous afterlife was more akin to spiritual immortality. Egyptian religious cosmology did not include the idea of reincarnation as a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth in many physical forms. Mummification, which reflected a deep dedication to the soul's immortality, was not only a straightforward burial practice in ancient Egypt. Rather, it was an essential component of their belief in a hereafter. In order to respect, preserve, and prepare the deceased for everlasting life, the Egyptians used mummification as a means of expressing their desire for eternity. Please like and comment if you like this video, and let us know what additional ancient Egypt-related content you would like to see on the channel. I'll see you in the upcoming video.